So that was some of the pass-through effects that you looked at. In fact, there is a data that talks about that between 2006 to 2012, the Ghanaian economy, in terms of our reliance on this advanced economy, actually moved from 32% in 2006 to about 120% in 2016. So that is telling how reliant the Ghanaian economy is on some of these advanced economies. So whatever little thing that happens in these economies have a major effect on us. So that is one of the things that you see is that anytime the United States Treasury tries to increase the repo rate, for example, you see currently, that is what we are seeing now with the city. You see that currently the city has started experiencing some form of depreciation. I don't want to talk about some of our neighbors, and they are also feeling the heat. So that tells you about how our economy is more susceptible to some of these international regulations and international policies. So COVID was no exception as far as this issue is concerned.
What role do you think the banking sector cleanup? We spent about 25 billion.
That's true.
Cleaning up the banking sector. And I mean, those figures were not captured in our debt analysis.
That's true.
What do you think that particular variable contributed to the vulnerabilities that we suffered in COVID-19?
So it's very simple. So like I was explaining, so a new government comes into power. The government is rolling out new policies. All these policies need to be funded with money. Here is the case that you were not able to generate enough. But at the same time, you are also forced to undertake some of these activities that you mentioned. For example, the banking sector cleanup was actually captured in the Article 14 consultation that the IMF released in 2017. If you read in terms of financial stability, I don't know if you've had time to look at that, it was indirectly captured there. It was one of the key recommendations that looking at the state of the Ghanaian banking sector, how fragile the Ghanaian banking sector has been. And in fact, in the 2015-2016 State of the Nation address that was delivered by former President John Dramani Mahama, he himself mentioned that the Bank of Ghana failed to live up to its expectation. So obviously, it was no news that when you read the 2017 IMF report, it is captured that something needed to be done. Then you also had a power changing. You have a new government coming into office, also coming with new policies. You talk about the free SHS, you talk about the one district, one factory, you talk about one district, one dam, and you talk about a whole lot of other flagship programs that the government was going to rule, which all required money. Now, here is the case that as a result of regulatory lapses, when I talk about regulatory lapses, I'm talking about the BOG, its role over the banks in Ghana, including microfinance institutions and so on and so forth, failed to see that these people actually go by the regulations of the BOG, and for that matter, you had some of them becoming more or less like Param, defrauding a lot of people, especially in the Brown area. We had the issue of VKM even prior to 2016 general election. And these are all Ghanaians whose funds had been locked up. And you know how political the Ghanaian scene is. So once a new government comes in, you are forced to do something, not just to clean up the system, but then to also make sure that those whose funds are locked up also get something home. So this is where the president and Akufo-Addo found himself in 2017. So government was forced to go and borrow.
So was the approach right? Some have questioned the approach.
Yes. So
borrowing 25 billion to secure the banking sector.
So you see, you have to look at it from this angle. what did the NDC government do? A lot of people think the NDC government didn't do anything. The NDC government actually did something. The NDC government actually tried to undertake what I call, quote unquote, a quantitative easing approach by trying to reinvigorate some of these banking sectors by giving them funds so that they can really recapitalize and be able to stay afloat. That was what the NDC government did in 2015, 2016.
And the banks use the funds, channel them into other things.
Other things. So that is why anytime I follow that kind of discussion, you don't normally hear people talk about that. So the NDC government actually tried to revive these banks by giving them funds to stay afloat. But these banks tried and diverted these funds into other areas. So if you are a new president, knowing this information, would you also go and borrow money and give it to the banks that they should stay afloat? Obviously, no manager will do that. So that was what actually, for me, I am preempting that is what might have informed the new government is, okay, we are not going to give any money to anyone. If you are bankrupt, then you have to go, and then we try more or less like consolidate you, just like, I mean, and the consolidation thing is not the first thing to happen within the banking sector, maybe in Ghana. But if you go to South Africa, for example, that is why you had a bank like ABSA. ABSA is a consolidation of banks within the South African economy. Okay. Banks that were not doing well, just as what we saw in 2014, 2015, 2016, and we had a similar thing in 2017. So a consolidation of banks is not the first time we are having it. Theoretically and economically, it is right and apt. But then you can also talk about in terms of the utilization. What do we expect, for example? I mean, I heard you talking about the energy sector, for example. Sure. We also know that one of the things that actually exacerbated our woes during COVID-19 was the energy sector excess capacity. In fact, in 2020, we were paying 500 million USD for just energy that we did not need or we had no use for it. It was being produced and we pay $500 million for it, and then we don't get to use it for anything. So those are some of the issues that I think for that we can revisit today, but those are issues that you can also sidestep it. But then coming to what my expectation of what I expect from the president. I mean, Ghana is currently on an IMF program, okay? I mean, one of the biggest issues that faces the Ghanaian populace is unemployment, especially unemployment among the youth, right? And I expect the president to tell us the pragmatic measures that he is going. I mean, a bit of it is captured in the 2023 November budget statement. We saw some of the
youth start, which has started already.
Yeah. So we expect the president to give us progress in terms of some of these social interventions, because looking at where we find ourselves, people cannot actually live without safety nets. Now, we also expect the president to tell us something about health, okay? When I talk about health, I'm talking about insurance. I mean, the national health insurance is one of the things that maybe people in Accra, but when you go to the rural areas, it's one of the safety nets that I think a lot of people depend on. So I expect the president to also brief Ghanaians on the state of the national health insurance. We heard that some new diseases and sickness were going to be roped onto the health insurance ahead of cancer. I don't know if that is true, was being considered to be put on the health insurance scheme. What is the government going to do, or what is the government doing to strengthen the national health insurance scheme to make sure that when patients go to the hospitals, they are not driven away? Right. That is some of the things that I expect the president to touch on. Then in terms of the macroeconomics, in terms of our debt to GDP, where we stand now, currently we are standing at 66.4%. But the idea is that we should come a bit down to maybe 60% by the close of the year. What proactive, pragmatic policies is the president ruling to ensure that 2024 being an election year, we don't go overboard again like we experienced in previous years. So these are some of the things that, for me, I expect the president to touch on.
Do you expect him to make some policy proposals talking about unemployment? This is his last address. Do you expect him to make some new promises?
Of course, I don't expect him to make new promises, because obviously that needs to be funded by the national budget. So if there were any new promises, then I'm sure it should have been captured in the national budget that was raised by the outgoing or finance minister, if I'm right to put it in that context, Honorable Ofori-Atta.
But there's going to be another address in January. Yes, before he finally leaves.
Okay.
I mean, yes. So
in terms of promises, as you are saying, if there were going to be any promises, I'm sure most would have been captured in the national budget. So what I expect would be the operationalization of some of the policies that were outlined in the November 2011, November 2023 national budget statement that was read to Parliament. That is what I expect the president to give us a vivid account of the policies, the revenues that the government expected to come in, and what it intended to use that revenue for. We are already in the second month, which is ending, which is February. So we left with only March, and then the first quarter has ended. So we expect the president to give us a general picture so far.
Right.
What has been the implementation strategy?
We see in the pictures there, the president, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, coming to, I think he's done inspecting the Guard of Honor. Anytime soon, he should be making his way into the inner parameters of Parliament, the chamber, and deliver the 2024 Sona. It's going to be his last but one Sona before he finally says goodbye to us as president of the land. So those are pictures from Parliament. We have our man Augustus Akwe on the ground. He'll be bringing us updates as to what the MPs are saying, both sides of the divide, what their expectations are of this particular Sona. We are still here in the studio with Dr. Frank Bano. He's an economist. We're looking at some of the things we should expect in this particular address. So this government has been talking about
Mr. President, State of the Nation address Guard of Honor mounted by the Ghana Army. 3 officers, 96 rank and file, with the Ghana Armed Forces Central Bank in attendance, ready for inspection. Mr. Ivan Onim Peru Amperu reported, Mr. President. Mr. President, the person over. May I have your permission to carry on, Mr. President?
Akufo-Addo making his way to the floor of Parliament. We've seen pictures from the floor of Parliament. It does appear the minority side is empty. I do not know whether they are trying to boycott this particular address, but that's what we saw in the pictures, live pictures from Parliament. We're still here in studio. Dr. Frank Bano He's an economist. He's helping us understand some of the issues that the president may be talking about. So I was talking about turning the corner after the IMF deal and what have you. We've seen the cedi gaining some relative stability, even though it's been depreciating over the past two months. Inflation has been trending down, 23.5% as we speak. We've seen the interest rate also, coming
policy
down.
Rate by the Bank of Ghana.
Policy rate also reduced.
Yeah.
So, is it a case really that we've turned a corner?
Yeah. So basically, if you are looking at the macroeconomic variables, then you can say that yes, we have made some significant gains. So, for example, if you look at our debt to GDP ratio, in 2020. We were looking at about 93.5% in terms of debt to GDP ratio, right?
The IMF put it at over 100%.
Exactly.
I mean, when banking sector cleanup,
everything comes, and the energy sector, debt comes in.
The SOE, debt was added.
Yes. Yeah. So basically, that's what we're looking at. But today, as at December 2023, if you read the financial reports by the Bank of Ghana, we are looking at 66.4%, which is far lower than the 73 that they actually inherited in 73.1 that they actually inherited in 2016. So obviously, if you are just looking at the macroeconomic variable holistically, then you could say, yes, we have made some significant gain. However, the most important thing to the ordinary Ghanaian is about employment. How I'm able to put food on the table, how I'm able to pay my utility bills, how I'm able to pay my children's school fees. That is what is more important to the ordinary Ghanaian. So that is why I come back to the point that in terms of the policies that the government, through its budget statement that was read by the Minister of Finance, the outgoing Minister of Finance, outlined. You talk about the start, you talk about the PC2 in terms of agriculture, how to rope in people into the agricultural sector, not just the mainstream agriculture, but in terms of the value chain, agronomy in terms of the value chain process, because one of the areas that we miss out a lot as a developing economy is the value chain processes. All that we do is to just go and farm our plantain, farm our cassava, farm our pepper without adding any value to it, and then we sell or export in its raw form. So you saw that in the 2023 budget statement that was read in November. This is one of the things that the budget sought to enhance or to achieve. So basically, these are some of the things that I expect the president to give a vivid and detailed stewardship and account to the theming Ghanaian population, especially the young ones who are coming out of the university. What are the opportunities that exist with UStart? How can students or how can graduates actually come together in terms of the innovative ideas that they can do? You see, one of the things that also the Ghanaian graduate over the years has developed is about, I have finished university, this is my certificate. You are looking for someone, please, this is my degree, I qualify to sit in this chair. Yeah. That has been the mindset over the years.
Because it's a culture. I mean, that's why we've been programmed over the years.
Exactly.
So that culture must change.
It must change. And it also must change. It must be a deliberate policy, right? I've always said that development does not occur by accident. Development should be orchestrated and it should be intentional and deliberate. So if development has to be intentional and deliberate, then policy must drive it. Now, who leads policy? Who dictates policy? Policy is driven by the leader, the president. The bus stops with him. The president, his vice president, and his ministers. So that's why I'm saying that the onus lies on him today to give that account to the Ghanaian. Now, not long ago, I think about last month, the African Prosperity Dialogue took place in Aburi. The president himself was there. I listened to his speech. One of the things he spoke about was trying to relax access in terms of free movement of people, free movement of trade. And that has been one of the pillars of the African Continental Free Trade Area. And that is one of the areas that a lot of people within the African continent can actually be moved out of extreme poverty. I'm talking about those who earn or spend less than $1.90 a day. That is one of the policies. And this policy is anchored in the agricultural sector, in value chain addition and processes. So Ghana hosting the Secretariat of the AFTA, for example, what are the strategies aside creating that room for movement? what are the strategies? We know that the African payment system, is it the PayPass? The PASS
is in force.
It's in force, right?
It's in 5 African countries.
Which Ghana is a member. Ghana. Yeah. If you go there, you see that the Bank of Ghana is represent, I think, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and a few other countries.
But I hear the banks do not really want to do PAPs because they would like to do the other form of international transaction,
exactly,
which gives them some kind of profit.
Exactly. So that's why I raised this issue.
Yeah.
So for example, one of the issues, the sidelines, one of the conversations that we had at the sidelines of the African Prosperity Dialogue was that, let's assume that you have a Nigerian schooling in Ghana.
Yeah.
Okay. Why must that Nigerian convert Naira to USD and come and pay to the Ghanaian school?
Sure.
The same thing, if a Ghanaian is doing a business transaction with a Nigerian or in Nigeria, why must that person convert cedi into euros or dollar before making payment?
Right. So let's go to Parliament and speak to our correspondent, Augustus Akwe, who is on the floor of Parliament to give us updates on what's happening. Good morning to you, Augustus. Augustus, can you hear me? Hello, Augustus. All right, so we're still trying to connect with our parliamentary correspondent, Augustus Akwe, who is monitoring events there for us. So we're talking about the PAPs and how that will facilitate the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement.
Yeah, so you see, so we spoke about the issue of, when I was building my argument between Ghana and Ivory Coast, sure, I made reference to the issue of reserves, right? The reserve basically because you need more dollars to kind of buy or trade within your other counterparts. So if we have a synchronized African economy with one payment system, then I don't need to change my dollar, my cedi to a US dollar before I can transact trade with, let's say, my counterpart in Burkina. Right. The same thing, just like the way someone is able to just sit in his bedroom and order something, that has been the case in Ghana now. Someone sitting in Cote d'Ivoire, someone sitting in Burkina Faso, someone sitting in Nigeria, someone sitting in Sierra Leone, someone sitting in South Africa, someone sitting in Nigeria, someone sitting in Namibia should be able to trade with a Ghanaian counterpart without necessarily having to pay in terms of dollar, because through the PAPs, once the equivalent amount is sent to you, then you can just go and withdraw your money in cedis, as simple as that. So that also relaxes the pressure that comes with the cedi and other. Currently we know that the Nigerian naira is suffering severely in terms of the US dollar. Sure. And I've even heard people saying that some people have even resorted into buying the cedi. I don't know how true that is though. Right. But then if African leaders and if West African leaders are able to implement and sign on to this, then this kind of economic quagmire that we find ourselves, and I have always maintained that these are self-inflicted economic quagmire that we find ourselves. Sure. And we can liberate ourselves from it by trying to implement certain policies as the PAPs, for example. Okay? And if we can actually rationalize the after, especially in terms of the small and medium enterprises. In fact, the data says that small and medium enterprises across the sub-region, sub-Saharan Africa, contribute about 85% of employment. In Ghana, I think if I listen to the last speech by the flag bearer of the NPP, Dr. Mahmoud Mabey, he even mentioned that we were doing about 90% in terms of employment by SMEs. Sure. But then if you check the reverse of contribution of SMEs, the general contribution to gross domestic product in sub-Saharan Africa, they are doing 30% or so. A sector that employs more than 85% contributing is minimal, it's low. So it tells you that there is a problem. So these are some of the things that I expect the president to touch on. And I think the youth touch and all those things fall under the umbrella of the SMEs, trying to build indigenous ownership. Look, you cannot create wealth without focusing on indigence. And this is one of the things that I've always said. If we focus on FDI, foreign direct investment, yes, people will bring in their monies. But then they will repatriate all this capital flight will go away. Sure. And that also puts excessive pressure on your currency. Sure. So you are not doing yourself a favor. So that was why I'm saying that I would expect the president to emphasize more on the policies. And if you look at most of the policies that were captured in the 2023 budget statement, these are policies that are going to drive indigenous businesses. So I expect him to give a vivid explanation and a vivid account of what has been done so far and what his government is doing to ensure that a lot of people, especially the teeming unemployed Ghanaian youth, can actually maximize these policies.
Do you expect a very long address?
Obviously, I'm expecting something, the general standard that we've been treated to. I don't expect anything too short because this will obviously be his final. So I expect the president, he would have so much to say. So obviously, it's not a statement that I'm anticipating it to be so short. But then it is also going to be a statement that should be full of encouragement, full of hope for the Ghanaian
right,
youth.
So we're talking about the PAPs, and then we're talking about our reserves. Yes. Now, one of the key policies this government introduced was the Gold for Oil initiative and also building gold reserves. We want to touch briefly on these two policies,
yes,
how key that is to building our reserves.
Yes, it's true. So I talked about the fact that as at 2014, 2015, we had a reserve of less than 12 days import cover before the NDC government went to the IMF. By 2021, actually, by the close of 2021, as a result of some of these policies that you have touched on, we had built a reserve of about 9.9 billion USD, which is one of the highest since 1957 independence in Ghana. An import cover of equivalently about 4.8 months or 5 months import cover. So obviously, these policies that you are talking about has played a key role. But going forward, what are some of the things that we can do to even make sure that we have a more robust economy that can withstand exogenous shocks?
Right. So let's go back to Parliament. Augustus Akwe is our correspondent covering this particular event. Good morning to you, Augustus. Hello, Augustus. Can you hear me? Hello, Augustus. All right, so we'll still try and get that connection clear to Augustus Akwe, who is covering the Sona in Parliament for us. So we're talking about the gold for oil policy, and then we're trying to build gold reserves. As a country, we've been, mining gold for so many years, but we didn't have reserves as the UK would do, the developed economies, would.
Or some fees, and then once they get the gold, they send it outside. In fact, at a point in time, it was even difficult to track the amount of gold that was actually leaving the shores of Ghana.
Sure.
So those are some of the issues that, going back into history, as a country, we have had to face. Now, going forward, what should be the way forward? That is what we saw this current government coming with a gold for oil policy. We saw that. We also saw them trying to buy gold, and this go on with. In fact, in terms of the gold for oil policy, if I read a report right, it told us that as at 2023, it had contributed to about 30 or more percent, I think 30-something percent of the oil that we consume within Ghana. So obviously, you cannot take it out in terms of the marginal stability of pricing that we witnessed, especially the last 1.5 years, as compared to the previous years, that once there is a slight increment, you could see oil price at the pump jumping to, let's say, about, I think at the point we went to about 27 Ghana cedis per litre, if I stand to be
20 cedis.
20 cedis per litre.
But the assurance is that they will the proceedings begin in full. And so more recently you ask, this State of the Nation address is of vital interest. This is the penultimate one, the last one before the president makes the final State of the National address next year prior to the dissolution of the 8th Parliament. And so all eyes are on here. Last year when the president meets the last time he came here was on the 8th of March, 2 days after the nation's Independence Day celebrations. And he set the ball rolling by making it clear that, I mean, he knew that the expectation of a lot of Ghanaians was on the prevailing economic conditions. We are expecting him to.
Augustus, can you hear me?
Yeah, the interventions that he had said the government is going to roll out. And so being intended for it to yield, then what the country is supposed to look forward to. Again, last week we saw the change in the leadership of the majority caucus. And so this is the first time the Honorable Alexander Martin, MP for Winneba, is to lead the House to seat the president.
So Augustus, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Morris.
Yes, I'm saying reposition yourself so we hear you well. Your line is not too clear. If you can do that quickly, so
can
we continue the conversation.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think it's better. So you were telling us about that shake-up at the majority side, the leadership.
Yes.
Yes. Has it had any impact on how that side of the house operates ever since the shake-up was done?
No, not at all. Not at all, because even last week, Friday, after the introduction, should I say, formal introduction of the new majority and the delegates of the caucus was done in the House adjourned session. We saw members from the minority into the shake hands and hug Honorable Alexander Martin and the other leaders and congratulate them. I mean, speaking to some prior to the formal communication was done, they felt it was a bit too unfortunate that the Venerable James had done excellently well, and we were expecting him to at least exit in the Parliament and just have a change hours before the dissolution of the House. And so, I mean, they felt it was unfortunate, but they believe in the the procedures in Parliament and in the purposes, and they believe the leadership of Alexander Martin. And so, even as unfortunate as it is, I mean, the House still goes on and white things still go on. And this morning, as the majority leader was walking in, I saw him walking in with the MP for and Tina Mesa, and they were in high spirits. They met at the opening of Parliament before they entered the chamber. They met Honorable Haruna Idris, doctors, and also and some other MPs on purpose. They hadn't had a chat with them. Even as they came into the chamber, they have been having party conversations among themselves.
Right.
Like I said earlier, it's right on for the minority are not seated as yet. But I mean, see all of them, see them around. And so I don't think that the leadership is going to have any untoward effect on the proceedings in the chamber itself. The Honorable Alexander Martin, prior to being made the majority leader, was the deputy majority leader, and on several occasions has led proceedings in the chamber and has led the House in its sessions. So I should say it's been a rather smooth transition. Even when you look at last year, when the minority also made a similar change, I mean, the transition came to a stop, but it was very, very smooth. And so, yeah, that should be it.
Right. So, Augustus, I guess you've been speaking to some of the MPs. What exactly are they saying? What are their expectations of the address? We do not see the minority, but certainly they should be around Parliament. You've been speaking to them. What are their expectations?
So on the lighter note, a lot of them they are just hoping that presidents will not come and blame the Russians, blame the fortunes of the country. But on the more serious note, they think that the president has made a lot of promises in the years. And even though it's a few months to the end of his tenure, he still has some time to redeem many of the promises. The one page down, one constraints, allocate financial allocations to the members of Parliament. They are saying all these things seem lofty ideas, but the president has still made a redemption The members of the majority side also are very upbeat. They are saying the president has done looking at the economic conditions of the world as right now. The president has been able to judiciously manage the economy. The government's machinery were involved of the public sector and
right. So apart from the address today, are there any other major businesses to be carried out on the floor of Parliament? I hear some bills are to be passed today.
Yeah, so the bill on the sexual rights and Parliamentary values bill, it has gone through all the consolidation stages.
Augustus, I am losing you, so you still want to position yourself so I hear you.
Pass the bill on the property sexual rights and Parliamentary values bill on Friday. They are done from the consideration stages, and so the leadership, the leadership, they bring it to today, that there's that do didn't any solution when they realize that they will be the day the president will be seizing the president or set him off. But time and time again, when the president is done with his State of the Nation address, it's supposed to be outlined, and the House tends to rise or attend after the presentation, especially because, I mean, members of Parliament are going to have to digest this.
All right. Okay, so Augustus Akwe, we want to thank you. Augustus Akwe is our correspondent in Parliament, monitoring the event. So we still have Dr. Frank Bano in the studio. He's an economist. I'm here discussing some of the expectations in the address. So we'll try and wrap up on the economy. So as we all know, we're doing an IMF program. There's a conversation between government and the international bondholders, which would inform moving forward whether the IMF will give us our next tranche of the bailout. Do you have any updates?
Yeah, I think if my memory serves me right, the last time I inquired about that conversation, I was told that the bondholders, the external bondholders, majority of them are countries. You look at China, it's one of the countries that Ghana is highly indebted to. They had given their word that the signal that they were going to actually sit on the table and more or less agree to the restructuring in terms of the debt payment. And I think that was one of the things that the government is supposed to achieve to trigger the 600 million USD. So hopefully, yes, I am hopeful that they would come to the sitting table and agree, because the point here being is that let's even say we are going to the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is that the country might not be in the position to make payment at this point. So if the country is willing to give alternative terms, which it intends to pay the debt payment, but however, in a different terms, then I think the only thing good to do is to sit down and negotiate and maybe come to a favorable terms that will suit the payment of debt. And Ghana is not the only country in this situation. A country like Zambia already finds itself in a similar situation. You talk about Tanzania, you talk about Morocco has been to the IMF, Egypt has been to the IMF, Tunisia has found itself there, Ethiopia has found itself there already. So there are a lot of to call economic giants within the sub-region that find themselves in similar situation. And this situation has not been as a result of quote-unquote bad economic management, but because of the pass-through effects that I spoke about. If you talk about a country like Kenya, for example, not long ago last year, we saw that there was even fuel shortage in Kenya. We saw people going into the streets, but that was immediately when a new government, President Ruto's government, has assumed power. You talk about the country like South Africa, for example. So you see, so all these are the pass-through effects and how economies are structured. Its dependence and reliance and exposure to advanced economies, to investment from advanced economies. And all these economies that I've talked about rely a lot on Western economies, if you look at the data and if you look at the trend so far. So these are some of the things that has accumulated into some of these issues that we find ourselves as a nation. And that is the main reason why I have emphasized, and I'll continue to re-emphasize, that as a country, we need to prioritize indigenous businesses and ownership. That was one of the things that the Singaporeans did, okay? The Malaysians did a similar thing. No country, look, if you don't grow your own millionaires, you will be always found wanting. If you have your own millionaires, okay, in terms of the supply chain, for example, if in Ghana we had a very serious and strong supply chain, for example, you wouldn't see the escalation of prices that we saw at that moment. For example, if you go to South Africa, you have the pick and pays, you have the checkers, you have the games, okay? So these big companies, more or less a retail company, give seedlings, give funds to farmers, for example. So once these farmers farm, they go for the produce directly onto their shelves and they sell. So though you could see fuel prices increasing, however, you don't actually experience the food inflation that we saw in Ghana. And in Ghana now, food inflation, transport inflation, and of course, what I call rent inflation or accommodation inflation has become the major determinants or drivers of inflation in our country. And these are all intertwined. So in addition to what I expect from the president today, what are the policies or the measures that the president is going to ensure or is going to enforce to ensure that something like rent inflation? I know that there's the rent assistance that has already been rolled out, and the last time I checked, it had given rent assistance to over 1,300 Ghanaians. I know, but that is not enough. We know
it doesn't really deal with the inflation. I mean, you go for the money, you still go and pay the same amount.
The same amount of money. So
it's not as if rent is coming down.
Yes. So the underlying factors. So I have seen the State Housing Corporation go into massive building of accommodation. Then the question also comes in: who are the target market of these houses that are being built? Are these houses being built so that the same people who have the means will go and hijack? By hijacking simply means they go and buy these houses and they rent it out to you and I at exorbitant rent. That is some of the underlying factors that I think the president really, I've seen that he has changed his Minister for Works and Housing. Maybe the new minister coming in also has his own ideas that he's going to roll out to ensure that rent, especially in Accra and Kumasi, Takoradi and Tamale, these major cities, actually comes down a bit, and for that matter, we beat inflation. Then the food is very, very critical, the food inflation, as I talked about. So if under the USTAT, if under the PC2, I mean the Planting for Foods and Job 2, if really we can really enhance and enforce some of these policies to ensure that, yes, food really becomes cheaper than what we experience. And not to take anything away. Look, if anyone tells you that the Planting for Food and Jobs hasn't had any impact, the person is trying to play politics here. It really has an enormous impact. In fact, I have watched videos of people talking about maize pricing, for example, that some form of stability has been achieved over the years that we had not seen before in terms of maize pricing. So obviously it has had an impact, but then the impact should be drastic. It should be impact that actually people feel it within their pack. So these are some of the things that I expect the president to touch on today.
Talking about changes to government, ministerial reshuffle. So we saw Ken Ofori-Atta replaced by Dr. Amin Adam. And now Ken is going to be a special envoy, an advisor in terms of capital markets, fundraising and what have you. Do you think this change came rather too late?
I think the change could have happened earlier. For me, that's my personal own view. I think at a point that their own side, the majority, or let me say a significant number of the majority, including the outgone majority leader, when they said they wanted Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta to step down, I think for the sake of optics, the president should have listened to that plea. Because in politics, optics count a lot. I am not really a believer of optics. I believe in actually solving the structural underlying problems. But then in African politics, people rely a lot on optics than solving the structural or underlying problems. So if indeed the president was going to undertake a reshuffling in 2024 that will see Mr. Ofori-Atta exit, then I think that was when, was it 2023? Then I'm sure in 2023, for the sake of the optics, then Mr. Ofori-Atta should have maybe given way for whoever that at that point could have replaced him. In my personal view, that's what I think. But then it is also not too late because certainly Mr. Ofori-Atta is one of the key individuals who had led this IMF negotiation. And I quite remember very well that the president himself, during that time that a significant number of the majority raised the issue of Ken Ofori-Atta, he himself said that they should allow Mr. Ofori-Atta to finish with the IMF program or negotiations, right? Then he can make way for another person to come in. So I am also inclined to think that maybe the president said that, and then based on his word, Mr. Ofori-Atta maybe has achieved a significant part of the negotiation, and for that matter, this will be the right time for him to also step aside for a new person to come. So it's a two-side story.
But this whole reshuffle was really championed by the MPP, the top executives of the MPP, the national organizer, the secretary. They were pushing for a reshuffle. So really, the reason for this particular reshuffle was that push from the party.
Obviously, I mean, you can't rule anything away from the fact that 2024 is an election year. And remember, I have spoken about the optics. The Ghanaian populace or the Ghanaian voter believe in these optics that we are talking about. Believes in that, look, you should show me some signals that you are willing to change something. And I think that might be one of the reasons why maybe you talked about the party hierarchy, maybe pushing, because they know that 2024 is an election year. Yeah. You have a new flag bearer. Okay, you have the Vice President, His Excellency, Dr. Mahmoud Maubia, who has been elected as the flag bearer of the NPP. So in all, what optics, what are you showing? What signals are you giving to the Ghanaian voter to show that, look, we have a new leadership, and for that matter, we should have a change in the normal trajectory of doing things. I think that is one of the things that maybe we might have witnessed with this reshuffling that we saw recently, not long ago. But then in terms of impact, yes, I mean, for me, I think that it will have an impact. I mean, one of the things that the market does, look, not long ago when the Queen fell sick, or it was speculated that the Queen fell sick, the market picked it.
I mean, it happens mostly in the developed economies.
But it also sends signals to people.
In Ghana, our markets don't really respond to some of this.
Maybe the external market, for example, maybe in terms of FDI attraction. Okay, maybe in terms of FDI attraction, it sends some kind of signals, right? It sends some kind of signals to your trade partners. Maybe people who were not willing to come and invest because of one or other reasons. Maybe it will send some signal to the look, there has been changes. So please, if you were thinking of moving away from Ghana, please come back. So definitely in terms of the signals, our markets, like you've rightly said, because our financial system has, I mean, let's also not take the credit away that digitalization has really done much in terms of integrating our financial sector. I mean, back in the days that every single transaction had to be gone through the bank. So we can also rule that out. In fact, I remember the first time that I was going to buy my tertiary application form. When I went to the institution, I was told to go to GCB then and go and do a bank draft.
Sure.
And the bank draft took almost 2 hours for me to get it before I came back. And on my way back, it rained heavily here in Accra, and the rain really beat me. I will never forget that day. So if we had digitalization then, I don't think I would have gone through this process, okay? It would just be a matter of me just taking my phone, going through the app, and then issuing that payment to the university system. So not to take that away, digitalization has really integrated and really ensured that there is financial inclusion in the Ghanaian economy.
About how the markets respond to changes.
Yes.
So recently, if you remember, Dr. Bawumia announced his manifesto team, and then there was one Miss Abena Amoa who was supposed to be a co-chair on the finance committee of the manifesto committee. Okay. And then there were some who thought that this Miss Abena Amoa was the MD of the Ghana Stock Exchange because her name is Miss Abena Amoa. So they were like, why are you part of the Bawumia? But that didn't really change anything. But in developed countries, just a slight information such as these could have triggered some change in the Ghana Stock Exchange.
Exactly. So then we come to the issue of asymmetry of information. I mean, here, like I said, because over the years, we are not really used to an integrated, inclusive financial system. So we had a loose, segregated financial system, right? So even over the years, we didn't even really lay credence to what policy could do to our interest rate, for example. Sure. I mean, when I talk about the interest rate, I'm not looking at the lending rate, but I'm looking at the interest that you earn on your money when you go to make a deposit in the bank, for example. You know that is indirectly affected by the policy rate that the central bank comes out with. Sure. But for some years back, let's say about 10 years ago, no one even cared about this, or no one even paid much attention that the policy rate could actually affect whether I was doing well or not. So there was a point in time when the policy rate actually came to about 13.5% under the MPP government. And when you spoke about it, someone would tell you that, how does that translate into my pocket? Forgetting that if interest rate is high, like we saw inflation galloping, and for that matter, the central bank needed to tighten its policy rate, and for that matter, it increased it to about 30%, and it actually affected borrowing, for example. And a lot of people were crying that borrowing has become expensive. So that is how policy in term affects it, and that is how the market also picks up. Because borrowing has become very expensive. Even if you had a friend who could give you money, let's say 100,000 Ghana cedis, and say, okay, when you return it, just give me 5,000 Ghana cedis. Your friend will now tell that, no, if you are returning 100,000 Ghana cedis, you should give me a 10,000 Ghana cedis. Because your friend has picked that information that we are talking about here, that in the market, if you are supposed to go in there, maybe you might be paying more than what we are seeing here. Right. So obviously, indirectly, the markets will pick it, but it is not as strict as advanced economies, which are financially integrated.
So what do you also make of the fact that Ken Ofori-Atta will now be the advisor when it comes to capital markets? So he's been reshuffled, but he's still in the picture.
Yeah. So for me, I wish I could see the terms of reference of that engagement. I have chanced upon the letter from the office of the president appointing him to that role, that he will be a financial advisor, and I think it's dual, right? And then investment as well. Also see to that there is that investment drive into the Ghanaian. I mean, obviously, Ken Ofori-Atta as an individual, I mean, politics aside, I'm just trying to depoliticize him and try to do a very objective analysis here. If you move him away from politics, I mean, he has been a fantastic investor. He has been investment banker. You can't take it away. I mean, you look at you look at enterprise data bank, and so on and so forth. I mean, enterprise is one of the strongest companies that you can talk about in Ghana today. So he is a fantastic person in terms of what he does, right? If you are also trying to bring in a bit of politics, and I talk out here not the party he belongs to, I mean, his role as finance minister. I mean, I read the data to you. If you look at under his leadership, Ghana has one of the highest reserves, that is 9.9 billion, which was one of the highest since 1957, not just under the Fourth Republic, but since 1950, and this was under Ken Ofori-Atta's leadership. We also had one of the lowest inflation rate, which is about 7.6 or so % in 2019, if I'm right. That was also under him being the finance minister, because the central bank is under the Ministry of Finance, obviously. So you can chalk that as part of his successes. Until COVID-19 came. That was when we started having these challenges. And that was when people now started to see him in a different light. So definitely, you cannot really say he's a bad person, or he, in terms of he executing his role as a financial advisor or investor, he is a bad one. No, he's one of the best you can talk of in Ghana today.
Some criticize him for overborrowing. So almost every year we're doing Eurobond. In fact, in 2022, we're actually going to go back to the Eurobond.
Exactly, until we got banned.
Until we were locked out. So consistently had borrowed every year.
In fact, Ken Ofori-Atta is no exception from Honorable Sektepe.
Okay.
If you look at the data, in 2013, the NDC government went to the Eurobond market. In fact, let me just read it up here so that it doesn't become like I am just maybe exaggerating these figures here. So actually in 2013, okay, the last time Ghana went to Eurobond market before the NDC assumed office under President Mills was in 2007, when President Akufo went to the Eurobond market in 2007. Fast forward, when President Mills assumed office, Ghana never went to the Euro bond market until 2013 when President John Dramani Mahama became president of the Republic of Ghana. That was when Ghana went to the Euro bond market. In 2014, Ghana went to the Euro bond market. In 2015, Ghana went to the Euro bond market. In 2016, Ghana went to the Euro bond market. In fact, in 2015, Ghana had its highest coupon rate, which was 10.75. In 2016, Ghana had its second highest coupon rate, which was 9.25, all under the NDC. So if you look at this trajectory, you can't really fault Ken Ofori-Atta much. It's like Ghana had, as a country, had developed that taste, appetite for Eurobonds. So he, or more or less, came to continue that trend. Now let's look at under Ken Ofori-Atta, what happened. So in Ken Ofori-Atta, Ghana never went to the Euro bond market in 2017.
But we did
in May 2018. Okay. We did in May 2018, then we went in March 2019, and then we went to February 2020 and April 2021. So in
but we did a 2.5 billion CD bond.
Yes.
It was a foreign Ghana CD kind of.
Yes, but it was not the Euro bond.
It wasn't a Euro bond.
Yes, in 2017, he never went to the Euro bond.
Sure.
So, no, this is not try to maybe exonerate him, but then I'm just trying to build the analysis to show you that if you look at from 2013 coming, it's like as a country, we had developed the appetite for raising money from the Euro market because maybe it was easy. Let me say, maybe it was easy raising the money. Maybe that could have been one of the major reasons where maybe we developed that appetite. Yeah. But to come back to his role, as I said, I would love to see his job description. I mean, I wouldn't want to exaggerate. I wouldn't want to speculate anything that we've seen that he's supposed to do, but we don't know the detailed roles that he's supposed to play, as you've told me here. I don't really know the detailed role. So based on the detailed role that he's supposed to play and who he is supposed to deal with, whether he's supposed to deal with our international partners in terms of driving investment, then based on that, we can do a proper analysis.
Whether he's supposed to advise the president,
or the sitting finance minister, or he's supposed to maybe more or less contribute to the central bank's policy, regulation, monetary policy. We don't know yet. So I would love to see his job description. Then based on that, we can really assess what he can bring on board. And then we can better judge him as an individual appointed to that role.
Right. So I think it's it's 11 o'clock already. We're still waiting for the president to deliver the State of the Nation address to Parliament, but what kind of address do you expect from the president? Is he going to be talking about his tenure as president, or you see him laying the foundation for the flag bearer of the MPP, Dr. Bawumia, talking about some of the promises he has made in that policy address that he did some time ago?
Are you talking about the vice president's statement on February 7th?
On February 7th.
Okay.
Do you see the president's statement having some excerpts of Bawumia's statement that he made on February 7th?
To be honest with you, I don't expect the president to more or less touch on anything that the vice president spoke on February 7th. Now, why do I say this? Because that is the vice president's vision. And the vice president was categorical. He said that is his vision. In fact, when he even concluded his statement, he said, this is not the manifesto, the party's manifesto. Remember, the party's manifesto, the manifesto is going to be the ideas of the party itself, including his own ideas. So he said that is his vision as a person. So that is what he foresees that needs to be done for Ghana. So I don't see any correlation between that and what the president is going to tell us today. What I expect the president to tell us is to give us a vivid account of his tenure as president. I mean, in terms of infrastructure, when you talk about roads, etc., schools, and so on and so forth, what has been his achievement comparatively to his predecessors? That is something that I expect the president to tell us. In terms of the health sector, what has been the things that he has, in fact, as part of his vision post COVID-19 was the Agenda 111 hospital. What has been the progress of Agenda 111 hospital so far? I've had the opportunity of traveling across the northern and the Savannah regions in November 2011, and I saw some massive infrastructure, and I questioned and I was told that, oh, these are under the Agenda 111. So I expect the president to also give Ghanaians that kind of report, a vivid report on the state of the Agenda 111 hospital. As part of the Agenda 111 hospital, the president promised to build some regional new hospitals. We expect to know the status of these regional hospitals. And again, when it comes to agriculture and modernization, we'll come to the cocoa sector. We talked about increasing our cocoa output. What has been the policies that he has rolled out? What has been the result of some of these policies? We also expect the president to tell us. Then most critical, as I mentioned, in terms of unemployment as a whole, what are the gains in terms of unemployment? What has been the numbers so far? In terms of real job, we saw from the vice president's speech on February 7 that data from SNET says that I think about, is it 2 million jobs were created, right? In 2023 alone, or maybe 2023 and cumulatively. So we also expect the president to break that data down to us, for us to know the specific areas that these people were employed into, right?
So people employed, maybe companies employed people, and then they register them with SNET. So that's how we count people that were employed. Those are private sector employment.
Obviously, I mean, you cannot talk about economic growth without delineating the private sector. Obviously, government alone cannot do all. In fact, if you listen to like you mentioned, the vice president's statement, in fact, most of the things he talked about was about collaboration with the private sector. In fact, he even mentioned about building roads, expanding the road network by roping in private sector investment into the construction of road. And it's something that we have seen in a country like Ivory Coast, we have seen in a country like South Africa in terms of the transportation sector. He also talked about the transport sector, okay? He also talked about partnering with the private sector, opening up investment. In fact, if you go to most advanced economies, whereby the trains, the buses are very effective, they are managed by the private sector. Sure. They are managed by the biggest banks that you see there. But in Ghana, you don't see any big bank managing transportation sector. And I've always reiterated that transportation is a gold mine that we have not really tapped into. And these are some of the things that I think we need more private investment into. So obviously, the job wouldn't be job created by the public sector. Obviously, if you're talking about jobs being created by the public sector, then inadvertently you are telling me that you are going to commit more of you and I, our taxes into paying salaries, which is just a recurrent expenditure, which is not actually yielding any significant results. So
that is productivity tied to that.
Of course, I mean, how do we measure that productivity in the public sector, right? Yeah. Productivity in public sector has become very questionable over the years, because we know that the public sector is more or less about services. So in terms of these services, how do you quantify the output of services? So for example, if someone comes to sit here and maybe issues about maybe 3 ID cards to me, and the person says, I'm tired, I go and break. The person comes back, let's say at 1:30 p.m., and then the person closes at 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. I mean, how do you capture that productivity? That has been the questionable reason why a lot of economic theory says that in terms of productivity, it should be led by the private sector. Because with the private sector, there will be that kind of nets or that kind of monitoring schemes to ensure that productivity is actually enhanced as compared to the private sector. Even in Ghana here currently, there are more people on the payroll of government than any other sector, not even to talk about the private sector. Government pays a chunk of people through the payroll system, and you can talk about. But in terms of real productivity, their contribution to the Ghanaian economy, I mean, I'm yet to see a study that has actually quantified the contribution of the public sector. I'm talking about the real contribution in terms of numbers to GDP in Ghana. And obviously, it wouldn't come as no surprise that the private sector would lead. But then we need to know, because government spends more of the monies that it takes into the public sector. I mean, not to talk about the nurses, the doctors, and so on. Yes, for them, you can't really say they are not contribute anything. For nurses, yes, health is critical. You need the nurses to be there. You need the doctors to be there. You need the teachers to be in the classroom to be teaching. But beyond these people, the others that are offering some services, okay? For example, we have certain state agencies and institutions that are supposed to ensure that certain things are done right within our communities. When we were growing up as kids, we used to see the sanitary inspectors that we called, is it a tankers? That's what our grandmothers used to call them, right? The corrupted version, okay? So that's what they used to call them. You could see them sometimes on a daily basis. So the moment your mom leaves something just ajar, you see her running to go and pick it in the right place. And that was one of the things that made a lot of the rural areas very clean, because they used to visit the rural areas a lot. But today, they are there. But how often do we see them in the communities? So these are some of the things that I talked about. So what has been their contribution? So you talk about people talking about field. Now, if these people were doing their job, I'm not saying they are not doing their job, but for me, if they were effective as they used to be when I was a kid, I'm not sure you'll be seeing the field that you see around in Accra, and even in some rural parts of the country today, you go and you are seeing field. Right. So these are some of the... Yes.
Let me take you through some of the highlights of the 2023 State of the Nation address delivered by the President. So it says, beyond the construction of roads, Mr. Speaker, the MPP administration has implemented successfully a national identification system with the Ghana card, constructed more railways than any other government in the Fourth Republic, established the Zongo Development Fund to address the needs of Zongo and inner city communities, and under their auspices, we have constructed more infrastructure in the Zongo communities than any other government in the Fourth Republic. I mean, how do we measure some of these things, that we have done this more than any other government in the Fourth Republic?
Okay, so in terms of railway, it will be very easy, right? I mean, the railway that we have currently in Ghana, that is before 2017, is the railway lines that was bequeathed to us by our colonial masters. So in terms of expansion, moving beyond colonial railway lines, maybe post-independence, okay, post-independence, considering the successive government that have come. And I think I love the way that he was categorical that the Fourth Republic. So if we are looking at the Fourth Republic, then we are looking at it from post-1992, if I'm right. Sure. So post-1992, these railway lines that has been bequeathed to us by our colonial masters, what has been the tangible addition in terms of railway lines that we have done as a country? I think that is where maybe the president might have measured it from. So if no government has actually built railway lines compared to what he has, I mean, and most of them are basically, we talk about the Taman-Pakidan railway line and so on and so forth.
That project was started under the previous administration.
Okay, so it was started under...
But funding had been secured already.
Okay, so I'm not privy to that information, so it's something that maybe I will need to also double check. Okay, sure. So we look at that project, for example. We also look at other parts of the country. I think they are building a new railway line. They are building a bridge across the Volta Lake.
I think that's the Tema impact.
Oh, that's the Tema. It is part of that
right to the northern region.
Yeah.
So from Akosombo through Volta to
Volta, yes.
To the north.
So maybe in terms of also bringing in the new railway line, we've seen that the government has secured some new trains from, is it Finland or Finland? And that railway should be, and that will be our first new latest trains post independence that we'll be having. So I think based on some of these things, then he measures that, okay, maybe I might have done more than this. But that is based on what he said, and I'm just trying to do it based on what he has said. Then you also mentioned about the national identification system. I quite remember that, I mean, under the term of President Akufo, something like that was introduced, but it didn't see the day of light under President Mills. I quite remember in 2010, I actually went to queue for a national ID. My picture was taken. I never received any form of ID card till, I think, 2022, when I registered formally for my national identification ID. And see, when it comes to the national ID, where I give credit is not just about the issuance of the card, but how the national ID has been able to be integrated into the general Ghanaian economy. For today, you know that if you don't have a national ID, you cannot even undertake certain transactions. You cannot register your mobile number. You cannot even open a bank account because your bankers will tell you that they require your national ID. And also with the help of the national ID, today we have an effective public address system based on the national identification card. So these are some of the things that I think it has really helped the Ghanaian economy. It's more or less has helped to formalize the Ghanaian economy. Unlike previous years that you talk about 10, for example, because of the national ID card, today the national ID card is your 10 number. So automatically once you have a Ghanaian ID card, you are identified by your ID card to be your tax identification number, right? And these are all things that if we continue to move at a rate that we are now, if we're able to move with the same rate, or we can even go faster than we are doing, I have no doubt in my mind that within the shortest possible time, we will have a very formalized economy. Today, for example, once you have a phone, you automatically have a bank account through your Momo wallets and so on and so forth. You can undertake numerous transactions via your memo. You can send money under interoperability to different networks. That is something that you and I had never seen previously, right? So yes, that has been some successes that the president has talked about. But then the president also needs to tell us what are some of the pragmatic measures in going forward, in ensuring that, yes, we can actually leverage on the national identification card and digitalization, for example.
Okay, we have successfully implemented the digital address system, improved significantly the financing of governance of anti-corruption MDAs like the Ministry of Justice and the Office of the Attorney General, implemented the One District, One Factory initiative, constructed more fish landing sites than any other government in the Fourth Republic, established Africa's first national scale electronic pharmacy, provided free Wi-Fi to 700 senior high schools and 46 colleges of education, introduced drones in the delivery of critical medicine, vaccines, and blood to people in remote areas, overseeing an improvement in revenue collection with the introduction of the EVAT. I mean, certainly revenue collection has improved under this government. We've seen revenue, increasing comparatively to what the situation.
But we can do better. Yeah. I mean, for me, one of the things that I keep saying, with a country or with an economy that your tax to GDP ratio is below 20%, yes, it has improved. I think currently we are looking at over 15% thereabout.
I think we're around 13%.
13%, so we are not even there yet. So yes, so comparatively, if we are comparing to let's say we are looking at it compared to previous government or his successors, yes, he has done well. Yes, that we acknowledge. But then we should be doing better, because a low to tax GDP ratio simply means that no matter what, you still end up in the capital markets to go and borrow. And that also comes with its own associated consequences and repercussions. So these are some of the things that I expect the president also to touch on. Yes, he has done well by trying to formalize the economy. And I know that you cannot increase your tax to GDP ratio without formalizing the economy. And I think he had laid the right foundation through his vice president. I think when the vice president, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, was outlining his vision statement, he categorically mentioned that one of the things that the president tasked him to lead is the digitalization and formalization of the economy by what? Trying to digitalize the entire economy using the national ID card, using all forms of variables to kind of expand the economy and to formalize it. So that, I mean, no Ghanaian can talk about digitalization without mentioning the vice president's name. I mean, he has even become synonymous to digitalization in Ghana. Once you talk about digitalization, he is the first name that comes into mind. Now, what is most important here is about leveraging on digitalization. We know that the global financial system has become so integrated that because of digitalization, you can actually trade with your partners without necessarily having to fly to the US, without necessarily having to fly to Germany, without necessarily having to fly to South Africa, for example. So these kind of levers is what is going to drive these trade and investment. And this is what is going to empower our people and take them out of poverty. So that's what I kept emphasizing on after the African continental free trade. And I know that it is one of the things that is on the heart of the president. That's why he managed to pull in the Secretariat of AFTA to Accra, as we know it. And he has hosted the African Prosperity Dialogue. I think this is the second time we've hosted it already. So for me, what is more critical and important is about jobs. You know, the Ghanaian youth is such that all that he or she cares about is jobs. How are we going to leverage on this to create the much needed jobs? Then you also come to some of his policies that he has talked about through the Youth Start, for example. How can youth, the Ghanaian youth, how can the Ghanaian graduates, okay, be able to come together to leverage on the Youth Start, okay, to create employment, not just employment for themselves, but to start businesses and be able to expand and to be able to also rope in other people who are looking for employment. These are some of the things that I expect the president to touch on more today for us.
So I saw in the short, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. So we can do some small politics.
Okay.
So let's talk about digitalization versus a 24-hour economy. I mean, the Vice President has said once you have a digitalized economy, you don't need to talk about a 24-hour economy. What are your thoughts?
Okay, so these are my thoughts. So theoretically, when you talk about a 24-hour economy, what are we trying to solve? Okay, so if I have listened to the NDC, I think yesterday there was someone from the NDC on the breakfast show. Okay. I think I listened to him briefly. And when I listen to the NDC and their position on the 24-hour economy, I think the focus is more on a demand side. So if you are talking about a demand side problem, then how do you, and if you say 24-hour economy, it's also about fiscal policy, right? Because you're talking about government, the instrument of government to solve a problem. So you're talking about using fiscal policy to solve a demand side problem. So I think what is lacking from the NDC is clarity on this 24-hour economy. So if it is a demand side problem, how are you going to use fiscal policy to solve a demand side problem? Now, let me give an example here for our listeners to understand what the point I'm trying to make. If you are using fiscal policy to solve, let's say, a supply side problem, a supply side problem simply here means that maybe firms or companies would need more people, okay? But because they are constrained in terms of finances, so they are not able to employ more people to increase production. So production simply means here, if they were, let's say if it's a cement factory, they may actually want to supply about 10,000 bags of cement. However, labor is a problem. And labor is a problem that is not because labor is not available, but it's also because they don't have the means or withheld to pay labor. So that is a supply side problem. So with that, government can come and say, okay, we are willing to maybe give you maybe a 20 million Ghana city stimulus package so that you can employ the much needed labor so that you reinvigorate growth. That would be using fiscal policy to solve a problem there. Now, when it comes to a demand side, the demand side is when, let's say, for example, I talk about the cement, which is a supply side. So the company had now produced this 10,000 bags of cement. Is demand readily available for the cement? In other words, are people willing and able to buy the 10,000 bags of cement? That becomes a demand side problem. So how do you reinvigorate people to demand for the 10,000 bags of cement that has been produced? So that is where the question marks come in. So how are the NDC through their 24-hour economy? Because the 24-hour economy is embedded on increasing productivity. And here is the case that I have never heard them also talk about import restrictions. Remember, not long ago, the trade minister tried import restriction and the minority leadership kicked against it. Sure. So if you are not going to place restrictions on import, and for that matter, creating restriction on import simply means that certain goods that maybe could have been produced in Ghana, you want to place a ban on it so that we increase local production capacity. You have not told us that that is what you are going to do. So then if local production is now coming out, it is going to face stiff competition with imported products. For example, we talk about chicken. And I have heard people say that frozen chicken from the US and other parts of the world are even more cheaper compared to the locally produced chicken.
Certainly.
That is what I have heard.
But what about if you supported the poultry farms? Looking at the context of the 24-hour economy, so they are able to produce. Then you can make a case to say, let's do 60-40.
So that
let's do 60 locally produced chicken, and then do 40.
Maybe 40%. So
if you do not have the capacity, yes, locally, you can't talk about restrictions.
Exactly. So that comes into the point. So it's a policy. So the blueprint. Okay, you cannot develop a policy and the blueprint that has not captured what you've spoken about. There should be a deliberate target and say, okay, by 2028, okay, imports on chicken should be below the 10% minimum. So definitely there is going to be some form of ban somewhere. If you're also talking about current production, so for example, let's say Ghana imports cement from maybe outside. There are maybe, I don't know if we still import cement from some foreign countries. And you say that you want to maybe quadruple production of cement within Ghana currently. Okay. The question now you ask yourself is the demand there? You see, the problem has to do with demand. Okay. Is the demand there? So if you are not cutting import, definitely you cannot create a demand. That is the point I'm trying to make here. So you produce all right, but people will not buy it because comparatively, what is coming in is cheaper. That is the argument I have been making here. So it's a demand side problem. So the NDC, so I think the politics that comes with it is why the NDC is shying away to say we will institute import restrictions, because already the NPP tried to institute import restrictions, and we saw it with chicken. The NPP actually wanted to place a ban on certain chicken products and certain animal products that maybe people just import and eat. We saw Honorable K.T. Amon spoke about it, mentioned quite a few of them. In quote unquote, he mentioned Iyemade and other things. Okay, so if these are things that we can actually increase local capacity and local production, then right away we need to what? We need to place a ban on it. So if the NDC is not talking about the ban, and you are talking about the basic consumable goods, which faces strict competition from imports, which are comparatively cheaper, then you've not said anything. That has been my argument to most of my NDC friends that, look, let us know the blueprint. Let us know if you are going to institute ban, then obviously it falls in line with what the Honorable Minister for Trade said that he was going to do.
Don't you think this policy can be used to create the demand? So there are shops, for instance, who would like to run 24/7, but then there is no security, there is no electricity. So if government, as you said...
But is that the case that there's no electricity? Is that the case?
No.
I mean, compared to maybe 2016, 2015, is that the case now? I mean, let's have the better context so that we can really deal with these energy issues, right? Because for me, I have heard the flag bearer of the NDC, former President John Dramani Mahama, spoke about electricity, that they are going to make electricity available. But then is that the case that, I mean, I know that currently in terms of pricing, electricity pricing to companies is lower compared to residential houses. I have seen that, unless that has changed. With the new policy that I saw about a year or so ago, I saw that per kilowatt consumption to industries or the industrial sector has been lowered compared to that of kilowatt going to the residential. I stand to be corrected, but that was what I read not long ago. So obviously, if that is an issue, then they should let us know that this is the issue that we want to solve. Again, if you are coming to security, I mean, in terms of the overall security, let's do an apolitical analysis. I mean, under the leadership of President Akufo-Addo, he has been ranked as one of the most effective security in terms of governance. We are looking at the overall governance and the security architecture. His security has comparatively is better than his predecessors. That is one of the things you can't take away from. So if that is the case, then let's compare to the numbers. Then again, you also talked about the 24-hour economy being a game changer. So that's what we said. Is it a case that currently existing firms do not, or some firms, most importantly, if you look at graphic and you look at other places that have to produce everyday come out, is it the case that they don't run 24 hours? If you look at cement factories, I mean, where I see there's a cement factory there, Empire Cement. Anytime I pass there, irrespective of that, I see them to be working, I see the plant on. Is it the case that some of these big firms are not operating 24 hours? Certainly they are doing it. So the point I am making is that if you are looking at creating demand at the rural level, okay, because the issue has got to do with creating the demand at the lowest level. Now, if you are creating the demand there, the demand simply means that you are increasing productivity. So, for example, if you live in a community, whereby maybe a community that your entire population is, let's say, 100, okay? And maybe we know that the average consumption of, let's say, let's use the case of pure water, for example. Yeah. We know the average consumption of pure water is, let's say, 2,000 bags. So if you say that pure water company should produce 5,000 bags, who are going to buy that extra 3,000 bags? That is the question that I am putting to the NDC. They need to be clear on it. Because if a household, for example, me and my kids, maybe we don't consume more than 4 bags in a week. And that one is because my kids even try to play with it. So if you say a company should produce, let's say, 20 bags, per each household should be 20 bags, who is going to buy that extra 15 bucks. And is it the case again that the government would give money to the companies to increase production, and at the same time,
I think the NDC is still trying to put that policy together.
Exactly. So that's why I said, so the clarity is not there. Yes, so the clarity is not there. So let me finish that. So is it the case?
Let me quickly go to Parliament. Okay. Our correspondent, Rachel, joins us from Parliament. Good morning to you, Rachel.
Hello, good morning.
Right. So do you have any indication the president will be delivering the address anytime soon?
Yes. The president is in the chamber of the Parliament, and we are expecting him ushered into the chamber in a few minutes for him to do the celebration.
Right. So initially we saw the minority side was empty, but I see them taking their seats now. What really was the issue?
Well, Friday, during the minority, Mr. Akufo-Addo issues of non-payment of the assembly common fund and then other water issues. And he said clearly that if the majority side not wait for any payments to be made, come Tuesday, they couldn't expect things to go as they want it to do. So that's exactly what they exhibited earlier this morning. But they started coming in, and very soon the address was done.
Rachel, can you reposition yourself well so I hear you clearly?
Okay, Maureen, can you hear me?
Yeah, I think it's better. What other businesses do we have in Parliament today? I hear that bill on homosexuality will be passed today.
Well, it was rescheduled to be passed week, but the speaker wasn't specific on Friday as to which day it will be passed. But they are done with the considerations code and everything. It's just left with the third reading and the passing. So I don't think they will have to, because today is already labeled. Because after the state communication has done, there will be reaction more interviews, the media will be busy, and even both purposes will be busy with each other for discussion. So I don't think they will pass the bill today, but probably during this week, we expect it to be passed.
So I guess we've been speaking to some of the persons, in Parliament. What are their expectations of the address today?
Well, earlier we spoke with the MP for Kachi, Judicial, and in the interview, it said this particular address will be another means of assessing the performance of the president for the past 7 years. Because he's been in office for 2 terms, that is 2017. So this particular one, which is not will be needed to assess all the promises that we made to Ghanaians concerning the 1 million ones to then the promise of railway system, better economy, the trade, all that. So expecting them to break all these, because according to them, most of these points is promises that we barely in the past. It's not very well.
Hello, Rachel.
Hello, Maureen, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So what exactly is causing the delay? The president was supposed to deliver the address at 10 a.m. It's some minutes past 11.
Okay. So my colleague just went downstairs to check what is happening. So he said, let me ask him. He went downstairs. What happened?
So we understand that the minority people have an empty iron out once the president has come to Parliament itself. And so the one who blocked up where the speaker, where they employ their reservation, many bodies with the system is common and the delay of it. I mean, many parliaments have been doing each that several quarters of the district that are in arrear. And so it will be better. Again, there are also some things that we have to go to the constitution. Protest against the construction of certain ordinance the government had that they felt was like. Right. So they had a few sentiments that they trashed out. And so that is why they delayed in chamber. Now they are found in the house started proceedings at home.
Right.
But they are now tutored for civil to be done.
All right, so Augustus, we see the Speaker of Parliament making his way to the chamber. I guess anytime soon, the President should be delivering that address. So we want to wrap it up here with you. Let's come back into the studio. Dr. Frank Bano is an economist. Let's get your final thoughts, maybe some of the expectations that you have. Then we'll hand over to Parliament, and then we can listen to the address.
Yeah, so rightly, as you said it. So, I mean, before you went to lessons, we were talking about the 24-hour comment. Maybe let me add it. So like the last point I was making was that. So what the clarity is what has been lacking. And if you look at the discussion, I mean, I'm talking about the apolitical discussion surrounding the 24-hour economy. It has been the lack of clarity on the blueprint of the policy. You see, so that is where the issue is now. So the NDC need to go back to the drawing board, maybe think through the feedback that I have seen so far,
right,
and then be able to come back to the Ghanaians and tell, okay, maybe we got it wrong, maybe this is how we intend the policy to be. Now, going back to what I expect...
we see the President actually taking his seat, so we'll hand over to Parliament and pick the external feed. Stay with us.
Honorable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, the National Pledge. I promise on my honor Honorable members, at the commencement of public business, honorable members, the House is extremely privileged to have the presence of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces in this August chamber. His Excellency the President is here in accordance with Article 67 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana to deliver a message on the state of the nation to this honorable House. On behalf of leadership and all honorable members it is my privilege and singular honor to welcome His Excellency the President of the Republic to this august house. This is the House of Parliament. This is the House of the people. This is the House of accountability. And this is the House of democracy. Honorable members, before I invite His Excellency the President to deliver the message in the State of the Nation, I want, with your kind permission, to recognize the presence in this chamber of the following distinguished personalities. We have Her Excellency, the First Lady, Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo. We also have His Excellency, the Vice President, Dr. Honorable members, order, please. Honorable members, we also have His Excellency, the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoudou Bawumia. We have in our presence Her Excellency, the Second Lady, Haja Samira Bawumia. Surely, honorable members, surely we have the spouse of the Speaker, Her Excellency, honorable members, we have the spouse of the Speaker, Her Excellency Alice Adjoa Jonas. Honorable members, we have Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, Justice Gertrude Tokunu. We have the beloved spouse of the Chief Justice, Mr. Francis Kofi Tokunu. Honorable members, we have our revered Chairman of the Council of State, Nana Otio Sribo II. And we have the Chief of Staff, the Chief of Staff, as you all know, is in charge of the whole family of the Right Honorable Speaker, Madame Frema Opare. We have His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Honorable members, honorable members. Can we finish? Can we continue? Honorable members, honorable members. Honorable members, when honorable members, when the Speaker is on his feet. Everybody else is seated and quiet. That is Parliament. Please, this is the formal sitting of Parliament, and all the rules apply. I will not be tempted, and I resist it, to start enforcing some of the rules. I know this is election year, but my words can deselect a lot of you. So please, my words on this chair can deselect a lot of you. Kindly take note and let's proceed. His Excellency, as I mentioned, is the former President of the Republic of Ghana. We have in our midst Her Excellency Nana Konadu Agyeman-Rawlings, the former First Lady of the Republic of Ghana. We have the Right Honorable Michael Aaron Okoye, the former Speaker of Parliament, my predecessor. We have the National Chairman of the new Patriotic Party, in the person of Mr. Stephen Ayensu Intim. We also have the National Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Johnson Asedu Nketia. We have the General Secretary of the new Patriotic Party, Mr. Justin Frimpong Kodua. And we also have the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Fifi Fiave Kweti. We have the veteran former clerk to Parliament, Mr. Samuel N. Dakwa. They started it all even before independence. He was in the Legislative Council, and they supported the late KB Ayensu to establish the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. We have another former clerk to Parliament, my own brother, Mr. Emmanuel Kwasi Anyimedu. We have the heads of our security agencies and our esteemed chiefs, queens and queen mothers. We have our most revered religious leaders and the dean and members of the diplomatic corps. We have our development partners with us and representatives of various civil society organizations. And definitely, we have our partners our dependable partners, members of the media. Honorable members, with your kind permission, I may have to end here by acknowledging all the dignitaries and distinguished invited guests over here. I now have the greatest pleasure in inviting His Excellency the President to deliver his message. Your Excellency, you may deliver your message now.
Mr. Speaker, it is always exhilarating to be back in Parliament and to discharge the duty in fulfillment of Article 67 of the Constitution of delivering to the House a message on the state of the nation, on this occasion for the penultimate time. I have one more still to give. In accordance with protocol and convention, it is good to see that First Lady Rebecca Akufo-Addo, Vice President Mahamudu Bawumia, Second Lady Samira Bawumia, the spouse of Mr. Speaker Alice Ajua Jonas, Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu, and Justices of the Supreme Court, representative of the Chairperson and members of the Council of State, the new Chief of Defense Staff, Lieutenant General Thomas Opon-Pepra, the Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Akufo-Dampare, and service chiefs are all present, as are the Dean and members of the Diplomatic Corps. Mr. Speaker, the House is also duly honored by the welcome attendance of the former President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and former First Lady, Her Excellency Nana Konadu Agyemang Rawlings. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to be able to report that the entire territory that makes up our nation is safe, secure, and under the control of the government and people of Ghana. This might sound like a pedestrian statement with which to start a message on the state of the nation. Unfortunately, far from it being an everyday truism, this is no longer a statement or claim that can be easily made in these times in the neighborhood in which we are. West Africa is under threat of terrorism and violent extremism, rapidly spreading southwards from the Sahel to coastal West Africa. We can no longer take the territorial integrity of our countries for granted. Indeed, many of our neighbors have already fallen victim and lost large portions of their territories to extremist groups. And Ghana, by the grace of the Almighty, is the only coastal state along the Gulf of Guinea that has so far not recorded a terrorist attack. The Speaker, the peace and security we have in our country has not happened by chance. It has taken deliberate policy and planning on the part of government and a lot of hard work and dedication on the part of our security services to keep our country safe and secure. I might add that it has also meant that we've had to spend a lot of money that would have otherwise have been available to spend on many of our development needs. But I believe we're all agreed that the primary responsibility of the state towards its citizens is to provide and guarantee peace and security, and we're doing just that. Since we came into office, we've ensured a significant expansion of the armed forces and all the other security agencies. We're paying diligent attention to their welfare as well. The accommodation and physical environment generally of the security agencies are being improved. We've quickened the pace of the retooling and equipping of the security agencies to ensure readiness towards the emerging security threats. For the majority of us, in our everyday activities, it is the security of our streets and homes and communities that concern us most. We want our children and grandchildren to grow up in a safe atmosphere, and the Ghana Police Service played the lead role in this. Again, government has performed most creditably. The police are much better equipped than they have ever been, and their increased visibility on the streets goes a long way to reassure the community. The changing image of the police is perhaps best exemplified by the dramatic facelift they have given to the frontage of the police headquarters on the Ring Road in Accra. It is beautiful, and I recommend it to all institutions and indeed households. Whilst we're spending time, money, and energy and lives keeping the country safe from external dangers, I must add that it is a matter of great concern that we continue to have so many chieftaincy and land disputes around the country, which tend to be breeding grounds for internal tensions and destabilization. Mr. Speaker, I must make special mention of the troubles in Boku. The tragedy is not only that a thriving and dynamic town is being reduced to a wasteland of destruction and distrust. We're spending money and energy that would have been better spent on development needs of Boku, providing security to keep brothers and sisters from killing each other. Mr. Speaker, what should concern all of us, and not just the people of Boku, is that in its current state, Boku is an alluring magnet to mischief makers and extremists operating a few kilometers away from the border. In a bid to find a lasting solution to the conflict, government has in the past year undertaken a number of measures, including the establishment of a special Boku task force and the intensification of engagements with the factions for the resolution of the chieftaincy dispute. On the recommendation of the Upper East Regional and National Security Councils, 4 radio stations that have been broadcasting incendiary language and propagating hate speech have been shut down by the National Communications Authority. The Chief Justice, for her part, has also recently established specialized courts in Accra and in Kumasi to deal expeditiously with criminal matters emanating from the Boku conflict. Government is determined to do all it can to ensure that there's security in every inch of the territory of our country. But it is also very much up to the citizens to help create the needed atmosphere. And I'm thus appealing to all citizens, all Ghanaians, to take the See Something, Say Something campaign of the Ministry of National Security very seriously. There is indeed, Mr. Speaker, a state of palpable anxiety and tension in every corner of West Africa, raising the specter of regional instability, which we thought had been banished. Unconstitutional changes in government in parts of Africa, especially in West Africa, through a series of coups d'etats and military interventions in governance, testify to an unfortunate democratic regression in the region. It is in the interest of democratic growth that this development is reversed as soon as possible, and we in Ghana continue to give maximum support to ECOWAS, the regional body of West Africa, and the AU, Africa's continental organization, in their efforts to restore democratic institutions in the affected nations. We must help stem the tide of this unwelcome evolution and help entrench democracy in West Africa. We believe also that a reform of the global governance architecture, such as the Security Council of the United Nations, to make it more representative and accountable, will help strengthen global peace and stability, and thereby help consolidate democratic rule around the world. Mr. Speaker, we in Ghana have had our fair share of political instability and experimentation about how we should govern ourselves. There might be new names being ascribed to some of the supposed new ideas being canvassed by some today. But I dare say on close examination, we will discover that they are not new. We have tried them here and they have failed. We know about all-powerful, cannot be questioned messiahs. We know about liberators, and we know about redeemers and deities in military uniform. It might sound new to some, but those of us who have been around for a while have heard the argument made passionately that democracy was not a suitable form of government if we wanted rapid development. It is a tired argument that was regularly used by apologists for coups d'etats. It's also not new to have political parties and politics in general being denigrated. Indeed, there used to be national campaigns of fear waged against politics and political parties. It took time and it took long battles, but in the end the consensus did emerge, and we opted for a multi-party democratic form of government under the Constitution which ushered in the Fourth Republic. Mr. Speaker, it is not a perfect document. Constitutions do not ever pretend to be. But it has served us well these past 32 years, considering where we have come from. It is a sacred document that should not be tampered with lightly. But I hasten to add, our Constitution did not descend from heaven. We Ghanaians drew it up to serve our needs, and we can amend it to suit our changing needs and circumstances. We should work towards finding a consensus on the changes that the majority of Ghanaians want made to the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, democracies are founded on elections, and the holding of free and credible elections ensure that people have confidence in the government that emerges at the end of the process. The honorable members of this House, who are at the center of it all, know more than the rest of us that this is an election year. The increased decibel level in all communications will ensure that even the most politically uninterested person among us would know that on December 7th, we shall be going to the polls to elect a new president and new members of parliament. A lot of the responsibility lies on the Electoral Commission to put the organization in place that will ensure that we have credible elections. The government is doing its part to make the work of the Electoral Commission go smoothly. A lot of responsibility lies on the political parties as well. And I hope that the parties recognize that their credibility is also on the line, especially with some people wanting to undermine the multi-party democratic system of government. It is up to the parties to demonstrate that competitive elections are an honorable, character-enhancing experience. And that at the end of the process, the loser will congratulate the winner, and the world does not come to an end because an election has been lost. There is nothing inherently dirty or corrupt about politics, and nothing about elections that should generate violence. We who are in politics, and we who are members of political parties, owe it to ourselves, the institutions we claim to belong to, and above all, we owe it to Ghana and the people of Ghana to make politics and elections the serious and joyful phenomenon they should be. In discharging their responsibility, I urge the Electoral Commission to work with the political parties to iron out whatever problems there might be. And I'm happy that the Electoral Commission, after engaging the parties, has shelved plans to change the 7th December date. Politics, after all, has been described as the art of the possible. And if that is what we are engaged in, it should not be beyond us to resolve the problems that come up and concentrate on working to build the happy and prosperous country we want. Government on its part will do what is expected of it to make sure that the reputation of Ghana is not damaged and the free will of the people is manifested at the end of the electoral process. And I want to reassure the people of Ghana that I'll do everything in my power to help ensure the conduct of transparent, free, and fair elections on 7th December. I have confidence in the security services to ensure that those who might want to cause havoc or any kind of mischief to disrupt the electoral process will have no room to operate. Mr. Speaker, there are amongst us those who, for ideological or other unstated reasons, have never accepted multi-party democracy and therefore take every opportunity to portray the governance efforts in the most disparaging manner. There are also those amongst us who consider the rough and tumble of politics to be beneath them and would not want their sainted images to be soiled by what they term the dirt of politics. Mr. Speaker, we can and we should continuously improve upon the performance of the institutions that hold the state together. But nobody should undermine the integrity of the arms of government for parochial reasons. There is definitely much room for improvement in the workings of the executive arm of government, the judiciary, and our parliament. Even those who have had parliaments as part of their governance systems for hundreds of years still make mistakes and sometimes get things alarmingly wrong. It would be surprising if our 31-year-old parliament did not get things wrong sometimes. This august house, which holds so many fond memories for me of my personal political journey, doesn't always measure up to the expectations of the people, or even sometimes of its own members. There's a lot of anxiety currently about how our MPs get elected. There's anxiety about the rapid turnover of members in the House and the loss of institutional memory. There's a lot of anxiety about some of the procedures in the House. We will not all agree with everything that the Parliament does. And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, that I do not agree with everything that goes on in here. But that is the beauty of what we as a people are trying to do in our governance structure. Mr. Speaker, the President and his appointees are not universally loved. It would be strange and unproductive if they were. It is probably worthwhile making what I consider to be important observations at this stage on some of the issues in our public discourse in the lead up to the elections for a new president. Under the Constitution, the executive power of the state is vested in the President of the Republic. He or she is the executive. There's no ambiguity about where the buck stops when it comes to responsibility for what happens in the government. It stops with the President. He or she has ultimate responsibility. It would be an unwise president that would pretend to have all the answers and refuse the advice of his officials. But the fact remains that the president holds the executive power. The cabinet, the ministers of state, all act ultimately in an advisory manner. Of course, the member of the government might take an idea, be it generated by the president or the official or a committee, and turn it into a huge success, and the honors will be claimed or shared where public perception falls. But ultimately, the president is responsible and therefore takes the credit or the blame for whatever happens in his or her government. Mr. Speaker, let me make a second point. The programs that come from the executive benefit from the rigorous public examination and debates to which they are subjected. We all now take for granted and sometimes even bemoan the vigorous media and civil society organization scrutiny that characterize public discourse. It gives me quite satisfaction and great pride to hear young Ghanaians today who believe that criticizing the President of the Republic and challenging government proposals are normal, regular activities. Some of the young people listen with incredulity when they hear about a Ghana that was once without private radio stations, and people had to tune into foreign stations to hear critical and opposition voices. Today, there are some 550 radio stations in operation in this country. In spite of all its shortcomings and difficulties, the people of Ghana have shown admirable commitment to multi-party democracy and have not fallen for the instigations to resort to the violent overthrow of an elected government. The past 32 years of the Fourth Republic have witnessed the most sustained period of stability and economic growth in our country. And we should be proud of what we have achieved and seek to protect and build on it. And that is why the theme for the 67th Independence Anniversary celebration on 6th March in Ofori-Atta is our democracy, our pride. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report on the progress we're making in the administration of justice. This past year, a total of 76 judges and magistrates were appointed. They comprise the new Chief Justice, 2 new Justices of the Supreme Court, 23 new High Court judges, 29 Circuit Court judges, and 21 new magistrates. 262 staff were recruited to address some of the human resource gaps created because of the newly established courts throughout the country. In January 2024, 3 additional justices have been appointed to the Supreme Court to replace 3 justices who have retired from the court. We've made unprecedented progress in the provision of court buildings and residences for judges around the country. In 2020, government set out to construct 120 courthouses with residential facilities nationwide. As of 31st January 2024, 67 courthouses have been successfully inaugurated and are in use at various sites around the country. 12 completed projects have been slated for inauguration by the end of this month of February 2024. The remaining 21 projects are at various stages of completion and are expected to be completed and inaugurated before May 2024. In addition, 121 residential units have been constructed for judges throughout the country. Further, 20 fully furnished 4-bedroom units, together with social amenities, have been constructed for justices of the Court of Appeal in Kumasi. The project is not yet complete, but we have done enough to be able to say that we have resolved the problem of the disgraceful state of court buildings. The attention now is to the digitalization process of the courts to modernize the entire system. The Judicial Service has undertaken a digitalization initiative to modernize legal operations and foster greater access to justice. A virtual court system was introduced during the COVID-19 pandemic to ensure the continuity of business. The virtual court system was also rolled out to 17 courts and subsequently to 19 high courts for the smooth hearing of court cases. By the end of December 2023, 160 courts had been equipped with devices for the real-time transcription of cases, in addition to 51 courts piloting the paperless court system in Accra. The integration of real-time transcription devices in 160 courts has revolutionized the way in which court proceedings are recorded and documented. The service is rolling out a comprehensive digitalization of the court system. The Attorney General has continued in a very effective manner the tradition under this administration of contesting every single litigation against the state, and has avoided the numerous judgment debts that used to be given against the state. The Office of the Attorney General, as a result, has saved the country over 10 trillion Ghana cedis. All the evidence is there. I shall be performing a pleasant duty in a few weeks' time when I commission the Law House, the 12-story office building which will house the offices of the Attorney General and the Ministry, and finally bring to an end the age-old office accommodation problem. I must declare a personal interest in it, as the building was started when I was Attorney General in the government of President John Agyekum Kufuor back in 2001. Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge and share the frustration and deep disappointment we all have that the convergence of events and fate have conspired to place impediments on the path of the rapid development trajectory we were on. I'm proud that in spite of the dramatic financial crisis that we encountered in 2021, whose worst effects became manifest in 2022, the transformative measures we introduced in the first 4 years of office make it possible to showcase an impressive array of developmental projects across the length and breadth of the country. I do not intend to go through the long, even if interesting process of enumerating the projects the Akufo-Addo government has undertaken since coming into office, their location, and what stage of completion they are in. Mr. Speaker, with the best will in the world, there simply will not be the time to do that, even if we spend all day here. It will be recalled that last year, during a message on the state of the nation, faced with a similar problem about road projects, I came to the House armed with a fat book that had the details of the road projects around the country, and all honorable members were given copies to go through at their own leisure. I haven't heard anybody point out one. This year, we're taking things to a higher level. This government, after all, is the digitalization government. And the man who has led the entire digitalization process these past 7 years my indefatigable vice president, Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, Dr. Digitalization, the MPP's excellent presidential candidate for the 2024 election, is coming out with what will allow everyone and everybody and anyone to check on every project being undertaken by the government without having to listen to the president's message on the state of the nation. We are calling it the performance tracker. You can check and satisfy yourself about the status of the projects and their location. And you could stop by and make a physical inspection if you were so minded. Mr. Speaker, if you want to check on roads, classroom blocks or chip compounds or Agenda 111 hospitals, or bridges, or science laboratories, or water projects or sanitation projects, or landing sites and harbors, and other infrastructural projects, or whatever this government use your tax money to execute, the key to your query is right there on your phone. Mr. Speaker, the performance tracker will be formally launched in March, and I'm offering it as the device which will help bring accountability into your hands. With the performance tracker, we can be sure that never again will pictures of an artist's impression be offered as projects that have been completed. I'm able to recommend the performance tracker in the sure knowledge that the Akufo-Addo government has done more in education in terms of student enrollment, teacher training and employment, provision of infrastructure than any government. We have similarly done more in health, agriculture, security, roads, railways, tourism, digitalization than any other government. Thanks to the performance tracker, the president no longer has to go through lists. And I have the confidence to say that every performance indicator used shows we have done more in these 7 years than in any of the 8 years under the National Democratic Congress. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, on coming into office 7 years ago, my government took the decision, as we promised, to modernize and formalize the economy through digitalization. In this regard, we have embarked on one of the most far-reaching Mr. Speaker, Come what may, I will have my day in Hansard. I will have my day in Hansard. Come what may. Believe you me. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, on coming into office 7 years ago, my government took the decision, as we promised, to modernize and formalize the economy through digitalization. In this regard, we have embarked on one of the most far-reaching digitalization exercises in Africa. Up from the figure of 900,000 which we inherited when we came into office in 2017, we have thus far enrolled 17.6 million on the Ghana card, and therefore provided unique biometric identity to the majority of Ghanaians. We've also implemented a digital property address system with unique addresses for all properties in Ghana. Furthermore, through the implementation of mobile money interoperability, we've also provided access to financial services for adult Ghanaians through mobile money accounts that are interoperable with bank accounts. Ghana is now ranked #1 in Africa in terms of access to financial inclusion. We have digitalized the provision of public services at the ports, DVLA, NHIS, GRA, births and deaths, Registrar of Companies, ECG, Ghana Water, amongst others. Ghana is ranked #1 in West Africa and #7 in Africa in e-governance. We have also implemented the use of drones in the delivery of medicines, blood, and vaccines. And Ghana currently runs the world's largest medical drone delivery service. We have also networked all teaching regional and district hospitals, and patient records can easily be accessed in these hospitals without the need for a folder. Ghana is making giant strides in the area of digitalization, thereby improving transparency, accountability, and efficiency in the public sector and accelerating the growth of our economy. We are definitely going to be part of the digital revolution that is sweeping the world. Mr. Speaker, last year when I came to the House to deliver the annual message on the state of the nation, we were in the midst of negotiations with the International Monetary Fund. We were faced with a very difficult situation and had to take a lot of unpleasant but unavoidable measures to bring stability and confidence back to the economy. These included tax measures that we did not like, but we knew we had to take in the knowledge that the medicine will be bitter but temporary. Mr. Speaker, a year ago, I also stated the decision to undertake a comprehensive debt restructuring of our domestic and external debt to ensure we remain resolute in our objective to restore macroeconomic stability and sustainable growth. The decision was not an easy one, considering the complex and diverse domestic debt landscape. We had to consider safeguarding the financial sector, preserving social and economic conditions, and protecting our domestic debt market. A year on, I'm happy to inform you, Mr. Speaker, that we have made significant progress. We requested an unprecedented number of bondholders to to participate in a voluntary exchange, and we were able to exchange successfully some 203 billion cedis worth of bonds. Not only was the exchange successful, but it helped us to secure within 5 months the shortest possible time in recent debt restructuring history, a staff-level agreement to an executive board agreement with the IMF. My gratitude goes to all financial sector players, organized labor, firms, regulatory institutions, and all individuals who made this painful exercise successful. Mr. Speaker, as you may recall, government successfully paid the first coupon of 2.3 billion cedis on the new bonds on 22nd August 2023. At the time, that was the single biggest payout of domestic payments in a single day for Ghana. We then paid 2 billion and 60 million cedis for the last leg of the domestic debt exchange on 5th September 2023. A week ago last Tuesday, on 20th February 2024, the second coupon of 5.8 billion cedis was paid to domestic bondholders. This is the largest coupon paid in a day in Ghana's history. On the external debt side, we achieved a significant milestone by reaching an agreement with our public creditors. And I'll use this occasion to express our appreciation to the Republic of France and the People's Republic of China, co-chairs of the Official Creditors Committee, for their positive roles in this achievement. We have also intensified our engagement with our external bondholders on the principles of transparency, fair treatment, consistency with the IMF debt sustainability analysis, and good faith. We are focused and committed to accelerating the process. Mr. Speaker, we're committed to concluding the external debt restructuring process as soon as possible, so we move past the crisis. This will enable us to complete substantially projects that have been constrained due to financial challenges. In the meantime, some of the priority projects have been transferred onto the GOG budget with the same fiscal space to ensure their completion. This will enable the Kumasi International Airport, with some 98% complete, to be completed by May. Other projects like the Akufo-Addo Teaching Hospital, CATH, maternity block in Kumasi, the Takoradi Interchange, the Bechebilamti Interchange in Accra, the University of Environment Sustainable Development Project at Bunso in the Eastern Region, Phase 2 of the construction of roads in Tamale, and the construction of the 84-kilometer railway line between Tema and Nakosombo would also be completed. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that an alternative source of funding has also been secured for the reconstruction and completion of La Hospital project as a fully functional modern hospital with the necessary equipment for diagnosis and treatment. The contractor has been paid an advance mobilization of 15%, representing some 7.5 million United States dollars, and work has begun. The project commenced effectively in January this year and will be completed in 28 months. Mr. Speaker, it is important to underline that the recent change in the leadership of the Finance Ministry will not affect government's determined commitment to implementing the terms agreed with the IMF to ensure that we restore the economy to healthy growth as soon as possible. Indeed, the macroeconomy was much stronger at the end of 2023 than in 2022. Inflation, which peaked at 54.4% in December 2022, has reduced to 23.5% in January 2025. Real GDP growth for the first 3 quarters of 2023 averaged 2.8%, higher than the targeted growth rate of 1.5% for 2023. The CD has been largely stable since February 2023, with a cumulative depreciation of 9% between February and December 2023. Gross international reserves reflected a significant buildup of over 5.9 billion United States dollars, enough to cover 2.7 months of import of goods and services. The current account turned positive at 1.4% of GDP at the end of September 2023, from negative 2.1% at the end of December 2022. Generally, the macroeconomic indicators are once again all pointing in the right direction. I should point out that in all our discussions with the fund, a paramount consideration has been to ensure that the poor and vulnerable do not bear the brunt of the sacrifices that have to be made. Programs like LEAP, school feeding and capitation grant have been protected and indeed enhanced. Mr. Speaker, right from the start of this government coming into office, we have sought to place the maximum effort on the education and training of the youth as the base for building the prosperous nation we seek. A foreign statesman once posed the question, and I quote, "Why am I the first member of my parliament in 1,000 generations to have gone to the university?" Unquote. In the past 7 years, I've met many people, young and old, across the country who have told me about the first person in their families, in their communities, to have gone to senior high school. They might well ask the question, why are they the first boy or girl in their family to have gone to senior high school? The answer is not far-fetched. Not being able to go to secondary school for lack of money was so widespread an accepted phenomenon that it led to some people thinking senior high school was not meant for them or their children or for people from their village. And therefore, a child in the family finishing junior school and moving on to senior high school was simply not factored in their expectations. Mr. Speaker, free SHS might be labeled by its distractors as a mere political slogan that must be demonized. But it is in fact a transformative program that has broken myths and liberated minds. It is humbling on one hand and frightening on the other to think of the sheer number of talents the free SHS has unearthed that would otherwise have ended their formal education at BECE. I know we will get more engineers, doctors, architects, scientists, writers, and poets out of the increased numbers of those attending senior high school who will go into further education. Even if they stop at high school, at senior high school, imagine what 1 million more secondary school educated young people will do to our self-confidence and the value of our workforce. That alone makes free SHS worthwhile. I'm proud that the MPP government under my leadership has been able to bring this transformative policy into our educational system. Mr. Speaker, I believe the success of the free SHS policy has answered its critics, and the arguments about it should cease, and we should simply concentrate on finding ways to improve it. I'm particularly glad that the fears about lowering of standards have been allayed. Refreshingly, we witnessed through the 2023 batch of free SHS students the best waxy results in over a decade. Mr. Speaker, there's more to education than free SHS, and government has been paying equal attention to all the other sectors. Kindergarten, primary school, and junior high school must work together to give a solid foundation and strengthen the free SHS policy. The implementation of various programs, such as the capitation grant, feeding grants to special schools, BEC registration for pupils in public junior high schools, among others, have significantly increased access to education at the basic level. The focus of the comprehensive reforms within the sector has been to improve learning outcomes and ensure every child that goes through our education system is equipped with literacy and numeracy skills by the time they exit primary 6. A national standardized test for numeracy and reading skills is now being conducted at primary 4. Unfortunately, quite a number of children still manage to slip out of the net and miss going to school altogether or drop out at primary school. The Ministry of Education partnered with key development allies to launch an innovative financing program called the Ghana Educational Outcome Project, GEOP. The goal of GEOP is to provide educational support to 72,000 out-of-school children, helping them access complementary education and transition into formal schools. I'm happy to report that 17,340 out-of-school children have been taken through the program and mainstreamed into formal schools in 2023. This program has worked so well, it won the GovTech Prize award in February 2024 at the World Government Summit held in Dubai. Government has remained committed to improving the teaching and learning of STEM education at the pre-tertiary level. Key interventions have included increasing our ability to produce STEM professionals and also meeting 21st century skills. Accordingly, the curriculum has been overhauled to include STEM career pathways such as aviation and aerospace science, biomedical science, engineering, computer science, manufacturing, robotics, and artificial intelligence. Government has also increased its investment in infrastructure for science, technology, and engineering and mathematics, STEM education at the pre-tertiary level. The construction of 10 STEM schools and 10 STEM centers has commenced across the country, with 7 STEM model schools having been operationalized. These schools have been equipped with state-of-the-art laboratories and classrooms, dormitories, assembly halls, dining halls, and conducive environments to foster teaching and learning. The operationalized schools have a total enrollment at present of 2,400 students reading general science and STEM. Mr. Speaker, in recognizing the critical role of technical and universal and vocational education and training in the country's industrialization agenda, the government continued implementing key reforms in the TVET space, including the expansion of the free senior high school program to include students in public TVET institutes. Mr. Speaker, a lot of resources has gone into the provision of infrastructure at all levels of the educational system, but a lot remains to be done. Many basic schools require more adequate classrooms and furniture, and the environment in some of these schools can be made more suitable for learning and teaching. Some of the senior high schools, especially the community schools recently absorbed into the formal GES structure, lack the facilities that these established schools take for granted. We must all express our gratitude to the teachers in such schools who manage, in spite of the difficulties, to bring out the best in their students and sometimes succeed in achieving great results. They exemplify the best in the Ghanaian and give us hope for the future. Indeed, the one tablet per student policy at the senior high school level is being rolled out and will formally be launched by me next month. It is a great tool to help bridge the gap between disadvantaged and privileged students. Mr. Speaker, free SHS and our no guarantor policy under the Student Loan Trust Fund are breaking down financial barriers for students seeking higher education. By eliminating the requirement for a guarantor, we have empowered students from economically disadvantaged backgrounds to pursue their education aspirations without undue financial burden. This has meant a substantial increase in the number of students seeking tertiary education. And it is in response to this increase, the government has decided to establish 4 new universities in Mampong in the Ashanti region, Akrodea in the Bono region, Bonsu in the Eastern region, and Kintapo in the Bono East region, and expand the facilities in existing ones. We are pursuing interventions towards achieving by 2030 the 40% gross tertiary enrollment ratio, up from the current level of 18.8%, as well as the 60-40 science to humanities ratio from the current one of 40 to 60, as captured in the Education Strategic Plan of 2018 to 2030. Mr. Speaker, between 2012 and early 2017, there was nothing more demoralizing than the phenomenon we called Dumso. It was symptomatic of a dysfunctional system, and it caused widespread depression amongst businesses and households. After that experience, my government was determined that Dumso would not be inflicted upon government, upon Ghana and Ghanaians under an MPP government. Shouts will not wish Dumso away in our history. It will not. After that experience, my government was determined that Dumso would not be inflicted upon Ghana and Ghanaians under an MPP government. And I'm glad to be able to say, so far, so good. We've managed to keep the lights on these last 7 years, even in the midst of a financial crisis. We've managed the energy sector with discipline and expertise to avoid a repetition of the hardships inflicted on Ghanaians some years ago. Furthermore, through determined, skillful negotiation, we have been able to reduce considerably the energy sector debt that we inherited. Indeed, the government negotiating team carried out a successful reconciliation exercise with the IPPs and ECG, which established that the IPP arrears position was not the $1.6 billion that had been previously reported in the media, but was actually $1.2 billion. That is savings of some $400 million. Additionally, the government negotiating team has reached commercial agreements on headline terms for the restructuring of power purchase agreements and arrears with AXA, Amandi, Send Power, Senate, and early power, and is finalizing remaining definitive documentation of such terms, which will result in total expected savings in excess of $9.1 billion over the lifespan of the IPP projects. In the meantime, ECG has been able to secure a fixed monthly energy purchase price with all the IPPs. This has led to a monthly payment of 43 million United States dollars instead of the 77 million United States dollars. That is monthly savings of $34 million, or a 44% reduction in monthly payments, a far better outcome than the take-or-pay system we inherited. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to report that we're making admirable progress in the provision of electricity to all parts of the country. Last year, 207 communities were connected to the grid, taking the current national access rate, electricity access rate, to 88.85%. We are aiming to achieve universal access this year by connecting an additional 400 communities to the national grid under the self-help electrification program and other turnkey projects. As part of efforts to improve power system reliability in the middle and northern parts of Ghana, government took a decision to relocate the 250 megawatt Ameri plant from Abuazi to Anwamaso in Kumasi. The Volta River Authority has successfully relocated 6 units of the Ameri plant with capacity of 150 megawatts, which are currently being tested and commissioned in Kumasi. The authority is taking steps to relocate the remaining 4 units before the end of the year. Mr. Speaker, we're also making steady progress in our commitment to increase the component of renewable energy to our energy generation mix. A 4 megawatt floating solar PV on the Bui Reservoir, as well as the 15 megawatt solar PV at Kaleo, have been completed and both are operational. They have contributed to increasing our share of solar energy in the generation mix to 3.2%. A 100 megawatt solar PV is under construction at Bui, as is the mini-grid electrification program ongoing in the Adan East District, all of which will help us attain our target of 10% renewable energy in our generation mix by 2030. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, we have committed ourselves to the development of nuclear energy for peaceful purposes. As I indicated at the US-Africa Nuclear Energy Summit and the International Framework for Nuclear Energy Cooperation Ministerial Conference held in Accra in November last year, the first of its kind in Africa, our energy transition plan envisages 30% of our electricity production to be from nuclear energy by 2070, which is the core mandate of the Ghana Nuclear Power Program Organization, GNPPO, an entity under the office of the President. This strong commitment and position are geared towards the provision of clean and affordable electricity to drive our industrialization agenda. It is also meant to position Ghana as a net power exporter in the ECOWAS region through the West African power pool. Mr. Speaker, we have also succeeded in having the Secretariat of the Climate Vulnerable Forum, CVF, an intergovernmental forum of 58 of the most climate vulnerable countries, representing some 1.4 billion people located in Accra. Mr. Speaker, we have all heard about the Gold for Oil program. It has been explained, debated, and talked about. At this moment, all I want to say about it is that the Gold for Oil program has worked well and reduced significantly forex pressures on bulk energy storage, transportation, and bulk imports, distribution and export companies, enable them to negotiate more competitive premiums with suppliers. Premiums dropped from $180 to $200 per metric ton to $70 per metric ton or less. This also resulted in reduced and stabilized prices at the pumps of between 12 to 13 cedis per litre for the whole of 2023. We're taking steps to rectify some of the handicaps that have limited the full participation of Ghanaians in the oil and gas industry. For years, the well-paid jobs in the industry were taken exclusively by foreign nationals because we did not have people qualified in these fields. Last year, 150 young Ghanaians were trained and certified as mechanical maintenance technicians, electrical technicians, instrumentation technicians, and production process technicians up to the industry standards. Additionally, 5 young Ghanaians underwent a 10-month welding inspector training program at the North Alberta Institute of Technology in Canada. They have since been placed in various technical institutions in Ghana as instructors. Ghanaians will soon fill the well-paid positions on our oil fields because we have the trained and qualified personnel. Things are looking up. Mr. Speaker, it is quite likely that the most talked about subject in our country is roads and highways. When I appeared in the House last year, as I said earlier, I took the extraordinary step of coming with a fat book that detailed all the works that the government had done and was doing on roads since coming to office in 2017. I believe it was generally agreed that it was impressive, but it was not enough to satisfy everyone. Well, the work continues, even though some of the major road works have been temporarily interrupted as a result of the debt negotiation. As I said earlier, all the details will be available on the performance tracker. Other modes of movement around the country are being built and upgraded to open up the country and make travel easier. Mr. Speaker, the new standard gauge railway line from the port of Tema to Mapakadai in the Asurjaman district, of the eastern region, covering a distance of some 100 kilometers, is at the final stage of completion. By the middle of the year, the line will be commissioned for operations to commence with brand new standard gauge diesel multiple unit trains, the first of their kind to be used in our country. It is worth mentioning that a rail bridge has been built across the Volta as part of this railway line. I have no doubt it will attract a lot of interest. I'm a great believer in the importance of aesthetics as much as the practical, and that is why I encourage the constructors to construct the railway bridge, which was not a part of the original contract, across the Volta to make the journey more scenic. Nearly made me choke on my glass of water. Extraordinary statement to make. The development is on course of a new standard gauge Western Railway line to serve passengers, the mining sector, as well as support industrialization to boost the development and growth of this nation. The plans for the extension of the railway line to Paga might not materialize during the rest of my administration, but I'm sure they will not be abandoned. Mr. Speaker, there's no argument that food self-sufficiency is the basic requirement for national security and the foundation for building a prosperous nation. Last year, government reviewed the Planting for Food and Jobs, PFJ program, which had been implemented since 2019. Based on lessons learned, government developed and launched, under the dynamic leadership of the new Minister for Food and Agriculture, Everybody who knows me knows I don't drink alcohol. Last year, government reduced the Planting for Food and Jobs program, which have been implemented since 2017. Based on lessons learned, government developed and launched under the dynamic leadership of the new Minister for Food and Agriculture, the second phase of the PFJ. The second phase of the PFJ sets out a 5-year agenda to ensure food self-sufficiency and resilience. Strategic targets have been set for 11 priority products in the immediate term, September to December 2023. Short term, year 2024. Medium term, 2025-2026. And the long term, 2026-2028. The selected products are maize, rice, soybeans, sorghum, tomato, pepper, onion, cassava, yam, plantain, and poultry. So I'm happy to report the production estimates for these priority products reveal that the planned targets for the year have been exceeded for all the products except poultry. Poultry obviously requires extra attention. And that is exactly what we're doing. We have every intention of meeting the domestic production targets for poultry this year, 2024, and moving on to production levels that will lead to reduction in poultry imports. We envisage a vigorous cooperation between government and the private sector to achieve the set target. Mr. Speaker, the surest way of making agriculture attractive to young people is to take the drudgery out of farming. And government is continuing to make agricultural machinery and equipment easily available. Under the third and final tranche of the Brazil More Food program, tractors with accompanying implements, power tillers and with accessories, maize shellers, units of combined pharmacists and rice millers have been distributed to farmers, processors, and mechanization service providers on hire purchase agreement. This year, under the Indian Exim facility, tractors with matching implements, planters, boom sprayers, combine harvesters, and corn pickers will also be made available. Mr. Speaker, having determined that large-scale commercial farming is the easiest way to achieve our set goal of food self-sufficiency, government under the second phase of the PFJ will establish agricultural zones as a complementary initiative to address the issue of access to large tracts of agricultural land, to drive sustainable and commercially oriented agriculture. This will significantly expand Ghana's productive capacity in products such as rice, soybean, maize, and tomato. Indeed, between 2021 and 2023, rice imports fell by some 45%. In 2021, rice imports amounted to 805,000 metric tons. In 2022, 650,000 metric tons. And in 2023, 450,000 metric tons. This healthy trajectory will continue until we achieve full sufficiency in rice production. For each agricultural zone, government will partner with the private sector to provide the necessary irrigation infrastructure, develop access roads, expand power, solar and hydro, and provide mechanization services. Various locations across the country with potential to be food baskets have been identified for the establishment of the agricultural zones. They include the Afram Plains, Chopoli, Kumawu, Kratchi, and Nkranza, amongst others. Mr. Speaker, we all witnessed a spectacular increment of the cocoa price from 800 cedis per bag to 1,300 cedis. To 1,300 cedis per bag in the current cocoa season, the highest increase in 50 years. With the current trend of the world cocoa price, cocoa farmers can be sure that I will do right by them in the next cocoa season. Mr. Speaker, government has begun the development of 7,100 hectares irrigation infrastructure in 5 identified economic enclaves within the Afram Plains agricultural zone. Work is also continuing towards the completion of the Temne Phase 3 extension and via irrigation schemes. This will make additional 1,150 acres of irrigable land available for cultivation of rice and vegetables. The Ghana Irrigation Development Authority will continue with the development of small earth dams in the northern, upper east, upper west, northeast, and savannah regions to support the One Village, One Dam initiative. Whilst at it, Mr. Speaker, we have not forgotten about the welfare and well-being of our fisher folk. My government has completed the construction of 12 coastal fish landing sites at Axim and Discove in the western region, Moray, Mountford, Winneba, Senyabreku, Gomwafete, Otuam, and Infantsiman in the central region, Kessi and Osu in the greater Accra region, and Kita in the Volta region. Additionally, I had the pleasure in May last year of commissioning the newly constructed Elmina Fishing Harbor in the central region, much against the hopes of the naysayers. And God willing, soon this year, I will also commission the Jamestown Fishing Harbor, which currently stands at 88% complete and is expected to be ready by August 2024. Mr. Speaker, to help address the incidence of premixed fuel diversion and hoarding, government last year completed the installation of 50 out of the 300 premixed fuel automated dispenser. My expectation is that the remaining automated dispensers will be installed by September this year to help optimize the distribution of premixed fuel. Government will continue to take decisive actions, such as the close season, to help safeguard the ocean's capacity to regenerate and to continue to deliver substantial economic, environmental, and social value for our development. Mr. Speaker, last year, Ghana regained her position as the leading producer of gold in Africa, having overtaken South Africa. Our gold production reached an unprecedented 4 million ounces, according to preliminary reports. This is as a result of the progressive policies we have been implementing, which have led to the revival of dormant mines like the Obuasi and Bibiani mines and the expansion of existing ones. The reduction in withholding tax on unprocessed gold by small-scale miners from 3% to 1.5% has resulted in some 900% increment in gold export from the small sector over the last 2 years. Leveraging on these resources, we introduced the innovative gold for oil policy, which accounts for some 30% of our total crude oil consumption. Currently, 3 large-scale mines are under construction in Ahafo, Upper East and Upper West regions, with Cardinal Namdini set to pour its first gold in the Upper East region in the last quarter of this year. With these new nines, our gold production is expected to increase to some 4.5 million ounces annually. Mr. Speaker, to add value to these volumes of production, we have constructed through a public-private partnership a 400-kilogram capacity gold refinery, and we're in the final stages of negotiations for a London Bullion Market Association certificate. For our green minerals, including lithium, we have put in place a policy for their exploitation and management to ensure beneficiation across the value chain of these critical minerals. The Speaker, as it has been widely reported, Newman Corporation, the world's largest gold producing company, which operates 2 huge mines in our country and is constructing a third, has announced its intention to sell its Achim mine in the eastern region, the 3rd largest mine in the country, which produced some 420,000 ounces of gold in 2022. As part of government's policy to modernize the mining sector, to indigenize the mining sector, we will engage with Newmont to give priority to Ghanaian investors who will want to acquire this mine to ensure that our mineral resources better benefit the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, we continue to work to ensure the protection of our forests and wildlife resources while reclaiming degraded forests. Some 42 million trees have been planted over the last 3 years under the Green Ghana project, and some 690,000 hectares of degraded forests have been cultivated between 2017 and 2022 under the Ghana Forest Plantation Strategy. Mr. Speaker, the main cornerstone of our move towards industrial transformation of Ghana is the One District, One Factory policy, this government's iconic flagship initiative. It demonstrates how government can stimulate and incentivize the private sector to expand and diversify manufacturing across the country by harnessing locally available raw materials. It is significant to note that within the relatively short span of 6 years, government has directly intervened to stimulate interest in and support many private sector business promoters to make significant investments in manufacturing under the One District, One Factory program. Mr. Speaker, this has led to the development of 321 IDF 1D1F projects consisting of 211 new medium to large-scale factories and the conscious enabling of 110 existing companies to inject significant capital investments into the expansion of production facilities and diversification of products. These business promoters have so far invested in 142 districts across the country, across all 16 regions, and achieving 54% district coverage. The aspiration is to bring a 1D1F project to every district. Speaker, within this period, Some 170,000 jobs have been created under the novel ID 1D1F program by companies in operation. The Speaker, government approved a number of incentives, including duty exemptions to support the implementation of the 1D1F program. In 2019 and 2020, 37 1D1F companies were granted exemptions approval by this august House. However, from 2021 to date, no exemptions have been granted. Mr. Speaker, I urge the House to consider and approve all the outstanding exemption applications as a matter of urgency. To send positive signals to the business community. The exemptions law that you have passed provides for such exemptions under existing laws. Mr. Speaker, the other initiative aimed at stimulating industrial growth that we have been actively promoting is automotive assembly and component manufacturing. It is universally recognized as a key strategic sector for stimulating industrial transformation. The comprehensive automotive development policy launched by government in August 2019 has undoubtedly been the catalyst that has attracted a record number of 12 original equipment manufacturers, including Volkswagen, Toyota, Suzuki, Nissan, Peugeot, Kia, Hyundai, Honda, to set up assembly plants and produce a range of models here in Ghana. The Speaker, it is noteworthy that these investments have been accompanied with complementary initiatives to build the necessary engineering and technical skills in Ghana. Toyota Ghana has partnered the School of Engineering Sciences of the University of Ghana to establish and operate a modern auto engineering training center for engineering students and the industry to acquire applied auto engineering training. Similarly, Kia Motor Company of Korea has upgraded the Rana Motors West African vehicle assembly with state-of-the-art equipment for training of auto repair and maintenance technicians, including repair and maintenance of electric vehicles. Mr. Speaker, to spur on industrialization, we're implementing the 4-project agenda of the Ghana Integrated Aluminum Development Corporation, GIADEC, with projects 1 and 2 having already taken off. And last month, we signed an agreement for the implementation of Project 3. Mr. Speaker, we will lay before this august House, at this first meeting of this session of Parliament, a legislative instrument to prohibit the export of bauxite in its raw state. We're also in the concluding phase of discussions for the establishment of a $450 million refinery to refine the manganese we produce. Speaker, we have all long acknowledged the trade between African countries must increase if we are to make any headway with our dreams of prosperity on the continent. I'm happy to report that the setting up of the AFCFTA with for some people to the formal sector and formal sector jobs. We often forget the formal sector employees launched a self-employed enrollment drive, SEED, an initiative which seeks to improve coverage and increase the contributor base of the SNID scheme. Since the launch of the SNID initiative, some 600,000 self-employed persons have been enrolled onto the program and now have some form of social security cover. Effective 1st January 2024, all pensioners on the SNID pension payroll as of 31st December 2023 have had their monthly pensions increased by 15%. This translates to 10.05% of effective increase for the highest earning pensioners and 36.37% effective increase for the lowest earning pensioners. The 15% indexation rate will result in an additional expenditure of 697 million cedis. The total benefit expenditure for government under the SNID scheme alone is projected to increase from 5.4 billion cedis in 2023 to 7 billion cedis in 2024. Mr. Speaker, I believe we can say with certainty that in the tourism sector, Ghana is finally realizing her long-promised potential. Starting from the events and excitement of the year of return in 2019, Ghana has truly become an attractive tourist destination, with visitors' numbers increasing every year. December in GH is now an established and increasingly attractive phenomenon, which brings visitors to our country in the month of December and has changed the events calendar around the Christmas holiday season in Accra and many other towns. Mr. Speaker, for the first time since the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park was constructed in 1992, government has undertaken a full modernization rehabilitation of the facility. Since the commissioning of the modernized park in July 2023, the number of domestic and international visitors has risen dramatically. A national newspaper reporting on activities at the revamped park had a screaming headline which said, Akufo-Addo resurrects Nkrumah. That gave me pause for a moment. But on reflection, I decided I would accept it, be it a compliment or criticism or in addition to the collection of sayings by elders. Whatever it is, since the commissioning, there have been 208,557 domestic and international visitors to the park between 14th July and 31st December 2023. Mr. Speaker, compare that, if you may, with the best performance until then, which was in the year of return in 2019, when there were 126,190 visitors in the year. Other facilities are being upgraded, and it's good to know that the private sector is showing interest in getting into the development of tourist attractive sites. Mr. Speaker, the National Museum Gallery, which had been closed down since 2015, has also been fully refurbished. It attracted over 35 visitors in 2023, and I'm particularly pleased the school children form a good part of the visitors to these sites. The first ever Kente Museum, aimed at preserving the cultural heritage in Ghana, has been built at Boonre in the Ashanti region and was recently commissioned by the Second Lady. Preparatory works and designs for the construction of the Heroes Park, a museum to commemorate the founding fathers of Ghana, the Big Six, J.B. Dankwa, Emmanuel Obeche-Bilamte, Edward Akufo-Addo, Ebenezer Akwaje, William Ofori-Atta, Kwame Nkrumah, were completed in December 2023, and construction will commence very soon. Mr. Speaker, government through the National Film Authority is committed to supporting the production of world-class content and films, as well as increasing the cinema infrastructure in Ghana and by extension on the continent. To this end, a favorable fiscal tax regime for cinema projects, including income tax and VAT incentives, import duty exemptions on film production equipment, 20% tax rebate for strategic film productions and film financing reliefs is being elaborated by cabinet, which should be outdoored very soon and should provide another tangible reason for the choice of Ghana as a film production country. Mr. Speaker, in line with government's commitment to ensure gender equality, the revised National Gender Policy and the Affirmative Action Bill were approved by Cabinet in October 2023. The Affirmative Action Bill is currently before Parliament for consideration and approval, and we count on the support of members of Parliament for speedy passage of the bill. The Ghana Enterprise Agency, GEA, is implementing an Only Women Support Program where micro, small, and medium enterprises owned by women with the potential of scaling up their operations, increasing sales, and creating sustainable jobs will receive liquidity support. The GEA is also implementing the Youth Start program, a youth empowerment program which recently disbursed 100 million cedis to some 3,000 youth beneficiaries to upscale their businesses. Mr. Speaker, we're also implementing some interventions directed at providing support for persons with disabilities. In June last year, a significant boost was given to micro, small, and medium enterprises owned by persons with disabilities when government launched the 12 million CD PWD Enterprise Support Program. This grant support program, under the Ghana Transformative Project, is being funded with the support of the World Bank. Again, the Youth Employment Agency has initiated a groundbreaking employment drive targeting 282 persons with disabilities who used to work at poll booths. Speaker, let me now turn to football, a sport that is dear to the hearts of all Ghanaians. I'm sure I disclose no state secret if I state that I am myself an ardent football enthusiast and once played in the University of Ghana team with my friend, the late President John Evans Atta Mills, Fifi to me. Throughout the years, the national team, the Black Stars, has held a special place in the affection of Ghanaians. They lifted up our spirits as they dominated Africa and won 4 continental trophies. They have at other times broken our hearts, but it was not until 2006 that the Black Stars finally broke through to the world stage when they qualified for the World Cup for the first time. You will remember that we rose up as one in our support, and they did not disappoint. Then came the spectacular South Africa 2010 World Cup and its drama, when we almost became the first African side to reach the semifinals of the World Cup. It is fair to say that since the sad events of Brazil 2014, many Ghanaians have been left disappointed by some of the recent results of the Black Stars. Their various attempts have been made to revive the fortunes of the national team and rebuild the enthusiasm of the people with varying degrees of success. The recent AFCON in Cote d'Ivoire was probably the nadir of the performance of Black Stars and has left the nation saddened. However, I am quite certain that the young men and the technical handlers would themselves have wanted to make our nation proud. And I believe that the captain, Andre Dede Ayew, meant every word when he rendered heartfelt apologies on behalf of his teammates to all Ghanaians for the team's early exit. Speaker, I believe it is time for us to take a long-term, far-sighted approach to correct what has gone wrong. It is time to return to scouting, grooming, and developing talent at the grassroots level under a presidential policy on football that I intend to unveil very soon. The School Sports Department of the Ministry of Education will work hand in hand with the Ministry of Youth and Sports in collaboration and synergy with the Ghana Football Association to build district, regional, and national juvenile teams for both girls and boys. The more than 150 AstroTurf pitches constructed throughout the country under this administration provide the foundational facilities to make a start as we strive to provide more of them, which will see a steady progression of talent up the ladder from the junior juvenile teams to the senior sides based on merit and nothing else. A similar approach has been tried before under the 5-year football development plan led by the late Ben Kofi, initiated under the MPP administration of President J. Akufo-Addo. It was under this plan that talents such as Michael Essien, Sule Mutari, John Mensah, Derek Boateng, and later Asamoah Gyan and Stephen Appiah were discovered and nurtured. The results became evident to us and the world. It takes time, dedication, and patience. We cannot harvest where we have not planted and irrigated. I have no doubt at all that the Black Stars will rise and make us proud again. Mr. Speaker, the senior women's team, the Black Queens, who do not get half the attention the Black Stars get, have been performing quite creditably. They've gone for 10 matches without any loss until last December, and then when they lost narrowly to Namibia in the qualifying ground for the 2024 Women's African Cup of Nations. Even though they lost narrowly to Zambia in the first leg of the qualifiers for the 2024 Olympic Games, let us wish them well in the second leg to be played in Lusaka tomorrow. I hope they give us something to cheer about. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to report that all the preparations are ready for Ghana to welcome sportsmen and women from around the continent to participate in the 13th edition of the African Games. It seems incredible, but this is the first time that Ghana will be hosting these games. It's taken a lot of courage to have persisted with the decision to host the games, especially when our financial problem came in the midst of the preparations. But I am glad we went ahead. The preparations are all complete, and I was excited and very pleased with what I saw at Botima when I went to commission the Games Village some 2 weeks ago. We have high-class sporting facilities which will serve us well long after the Games are over. Some of the events will take place at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. It is worth noting that this is a facility started under former President J. Akufo-Addo and was abandoned by successor governments. I'm extremely proud that this project has been finished under my stewardship, not just because of the Games, but also because it has taken 75 years of existence for Legon, Ghana's premier university, to have a sports stadium. I urge all Ghanaians to make our visitors welcome and to patronize the Games and cheer on the participants. Mr. Speaker, this is the 7th time that I've appeared before this House as President to give an accounting of the state of our nation. Luckily for me, I know my way around the place, having spent 12 memorable years here as a member of Parliament. And therefore, even on the few occasions the sections of the House did not want to make me welcome, I was still able to manage. I have one more scheduled date with the House when I will be here to give an accounting of my time in office. By that time, my successor would have been elected. And we will be getting ready for the swearing-in ceremony. The elections will be held peacefully, and the candidate with credibility to take us on to a higher level will win. Let me wish all of us well in the elections on 7th December. Before then, a number of important tasks lie ahead of us, one of which will be commissioning the Nana Adjournment Prempeh I International Airport in Kumasi and naming the recently commissioned airport in Tamale the Yakubu Tali International Airport of Tamale. Mr. Speaker, we stumbled, but we are rising again. We were bruised, but we are healing. We have recovered our footing. We have dusted ourselves off. And now we face tomorrow with confidence. Every day we pray and hope that adversity may spare our families, our communities, and our dear nation. But should we be confronted by misfortune, we must face it like people with a proud history who fight and do not flee. Yenim kon, yenim jani. That is the Ghanaian spirit. That is our armor and our shield. This is our ethos. Let us believe in Ghana. I believe in Ghana. And may God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
It's failing as well. No, you do.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I think it's proper and right for us to offer to our revered, distinguished guests for the delay in the commencement of today's proceedings. We have, and we owe it as a duty to let Ghanaians know and our audience why today there was a delay in the commencement of proceedings. And I would want to, on your behalf, also apologize to them for that delay. It was due to circumstances beyond our control. Honorable members, we were compelled to attend to some debilitating constraints to the House, and that kept us an hour behind schedule, and I want to apologize for that delay. Honorable members, we also in acknowledging the presence of the dignitaries here in the House, failed to mention some very important statesmen who are with us today. And it's proper that we acknowledge their presence. We have with us Dr. Hassan Ayariga, founder of All People's Congress. We also have in our midst Mr. Ivor Kobina Greenstreet, who, as you all know, is a former Convention People's Party flag bearer. We also have the leader of the Liberty Party in the person of Mr. Kofi-Atta. Honorable members, the last but not the least is the Honorable David Apasera, who, as you know, was the chairman of the People's National Convention. They are all here with us. We apologize for the oversight, but as we say, Sankofa is permitted, and we have done that. Honorable members, the Speaker is very vigilant. And as I mentioned earlier on, the ability to catch the eye of the Speaker includes good behavior. And if for 4 years you are here and you are not able to catch the eye of the Speaker, I'm sure the good people of your constituency will not accept you again. So please, kindly abide by the code of conduct which you yourselves approved here on the floor of the House. With this, I want to, in accordance with Standing Order 72-4, convey to His Excellency, the President, the gratitude of the House for the address. Honorable members, again, in accordance with the practice of this House, a formal communication will be forwarded to His Excellency the President after the House has thoroughly debated this address. I want to thank all of you for your cooperation, but to emphasize that Ghana is out. Actually, we are down, but not out. And Ghana will rise again. Honorable members, on this note, honorable members, I want to call on the majority leader to indicate the nature of the business on the floor. I don't want to go direct to tell him that this is an indication for him to move for an adjournment of the session. I say I don't want to.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, and considering the optimism with which Mr. President has spoken to the nation, Mr. Speaker, you were right, and Mr. President himself acknowledged that considering the situation we find ourselves, we are down, but we rise again under the able leadership he is providing and the future which is assured. Mr. Speaker, we are, by the practice of this House, ready to debate Mr. President's message. Considering the situation we find ourselves as a country, Mr. Speaker, we are ready to debate this message now. However, Mr. Speaker, as has been the practice, members would want to prepare. And I noticed that the minority leader was jotting down a lot of notes. I need to remind him that I have with me the 2014, 2013, and the 2016 State of the Nation Address. And all of these were full of lamentations. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what he was actually jotting down. But if it was a debate he was preparing for, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure him that we will face him with this optimism and remind him of the lamentations of 2013, 2014, 2015, and 2016. Mr. Speaker, without more, I shall pray that this House be adjourned to tomorrow at 10 in the forenoon or soon thereafter. Mr. Speaker, I so move, and I urge my colleague to second the motion. That is a practice. He should second. He should just second. Today is not for debate. Mr. Speaker, fortunately for me, my mentor and coach is still available. I'll still take tutorials. Yes, indeed. Yes, that is true. There was a smooth transition. There was a smooth transition. We had a smooth transition. We had a smooth transition. We had a smooth transition. Mr. Speaker, I am encouraging Dr. Foster to only second this motion. The rules of the House are very clear. It shouldn't go outside of the rules. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Akufo-Addo, please second the motion and let's adjourn.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members. Yes, minority leader.
Right, Honorable Speaker, let me, on behalf of the NDC minority, thank His Excellency the President for his message on the state of our nation. But, Mr. Speaker, the unemployment situation in our country is at a critical point. Mr. Speaker, the Hansard will record me today. Mr. Speaker, the unemployment situation in our country is at a critical point. Yet, we did not hear a word from our president on this matter. Mr. Speaker, out of 33 million population, only 11.3 million are employed. this number includes peasant farmers. Mr. Speaker, the difference between the 33 million and 11.3 million is what I call ninja. No income, no jobs, no assets.
Honorable members. Whether you are a front bencher or a back bencher, I see you. Minority Leader, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, this means that 2 out of every 3 Ghanaian is unemployed. Mr. Speaker, 30% of our youth are jobless. And about 4.5 million Ghanaians plus, employable Ghanaians plus, are outside the labor force. Mr. Speaker, this simply means that this number have simply given up on their search for jobs because of years of frustration and disappointment. Mr. Speaker, the state of our nation is hopeless. No wonder that an ordinary Ghanaian, including professionals, are leaving our shores in droves, in search for greener pastures. Mr. Speaker, finally, Mr. Speaker, I am scandalized. I am shocked to the marrow to have noticed that our president, following the recent ministerial reshuffle, has increased the size of his government. Mr. Speaker, today we have a Minister of Finance Domestic and a Minister of Finance International.
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, $1 today is 13 cedis. During the time of President Mahama, $1, 3 cedis, 80 pesos. Mr. Speaker, a vote was started. Mr. Speaker, to conclude on this matter, Ghanaians voted for Vice President and are paying for the Vice President to support you to succeed. Mr. Speaker, you cannot fail. The President cannot fail alone. The President will have to fail together with the Vice President. So, Mr. President, you have failed with your Vice President. Mr. Speaker, I conclude by saying that Ghanaians will not miss President Akufo-Addo and Alhaji Bawumia. We know you are going. We can only wish you bye-bye. But you will never be missed. Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. I now put the question. As many as are in favor of adjournment, say aye. As many as are against, say no. Honorable members, I put the question again. As many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. As many as are against, say no. Honorable members, I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The House is accordingly adjourned till Wednesday, 28th February 2024 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. I thank all of you for your understanding and cooperation, and the House is adjourned.
it up.